Sorry about that. I did the intro and there was no actual sound or myself. I am Drew Willingham. Welcome back to TFT Extras Stream of the Week as we are currently live for this episode. Well, the current episode is live. And we had some technical difficulties, which is why we got a little bit of a late start today. So I do apologize for that, as we are a little discombobulated with that. And we had an overtime game almost. If the Brahmas would have kicked the field goal against the Panthers at the end of that game, we would have had an overtime game between the Panthers and the Brahmas. But that ended 26-23 just before this game got underway. And it looks like we have now got our first drive underway. Let me go ahead and update our board here because it is not 3rd and 10. It is 1st and 15. Now it is 2nd down. And let me go ahead and adjust this up here. So my apologies that we are not 1,000% ready to rock and roll for you guys today. But now ready to go, as there is a flag on the play. Looks like there's an encroachment on the defense. 14:23 is on the clock. Let me go ahead and get our clock back up here. Clock is over here. We'll get us some music in the background, too. I know you guys like that music in the background. Gotta have it. Good old DC Defenders and the Battlehawks, the 2-0 teams that are facing off today. Let's see what they can do. 14:07 on the clock. I will have that updated for you guys here momentarily. As again, we were dealing with some technical difficulties before we got started. For some reason, it's not showing the clock. Oh, here we go. Show that, and we will go ahead and reset it. And then once this is all set, guys, we'll be ready to rock and roll and actually do the play-by-play, as we are missing a couple of the starting plays of the game as a result. Go. We're going to start it. I know there's at least a minute off the clock already. Oh, yeah. 13:31 is where we're at, and the clock is moving. We should be, we're right on sync with that time now. This is the exact time that we have. And let me double check to see who has possession so we can see right here now who is going to win this game. And then I will actually be, it was correct. I was actually correct. Jordan Tamu under center there at their 28-yard line. It's 3rd and 13. Watch me get here just in time for them to not convert on the first down. And that is true. They get it out to about the 36, but they are down. It's going to be 4th down and more than likely a punting situation. 4th and 6. Oh, yeah, punting situation right here and now. Go ahead and take these away, and then we will get our legit play-by-play underway. As, again, my apologies for us being slightly behind. For those of you watching on X, Twitch, YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in today as we are live right here and now. There's a punt underway to the Battlehawks. It's going to be received at the 18 and returned to about the 22-yard line. We shall see what happens with this return right here and now, as the Battlehawks have the ball. After sending a couple reminders out real quick, we are now underway for this. For those of you watching between these three platforms right here and now. Go ahead and reset us to a 1st and 10 and possession for the Battlehawks. 0-0 game. These two teams undefeated at the current moment. But at the end of this game, we will have somebody with a big O, fat O, stinker. Again, we have two undefeated teams rocking and rolling out here today. So we shall see what happens. 1st and 10. Wilkins under center for the Battlehawks. Hands it off to number 5. You look up who number 5 is real quick, because I'm going to be honest, Don't remember. It's 5 is Wilkins. 15 was who ran it, and that was Jacob Sailors. He had a 3-touchdown game last week. We called that here on SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome. Let's take a look at the depth chart of the St. Louis Battlehawks real quick. Again, you got Manny Wilkins at the quarterback position, 2nd and 7. Let's go ahead and adjust that for you guys. 2nd and 7 here. And I need to fix our clock because I'm a little ahead. So there we go. Play clock is spot on now, or our time clock is spot on now. And then we have a handoff to Sailors, or a fake handoff again. End around to number 2, who was dropped back to the 18. That's how we have a 3rd down now. I would say it looks like a little bit of a loss of yardage. Yep, oh yeah, 3rd and 15. 3rd and 15 is what we have right here. What are the Battlehawks going to do? Is this going to be another punt? It's going to be first two possessions by these teams. Punt. Oh, that's a fumble. That's a fumble. His arm was in forward motion, but I think that when that ball came out, his arm hadn't gone forward yet. I think that's a fumble. Yep, they're calling it a fumble. Recovered by the DC defenders. It's 1st down. Defenders have the football, and they are in scoring position. Wow. Wilkins had his arm forward. He dropped back, had a 5-step drop. But yep, that arm wasn't coming forward when that ball came out. That's exactly what happened in this game. Could that be the decisive factor of this game? We're about to find out. We are about to find out, at least for this drive, will that make a difference? 10:45 on the clock, 1st and 10. DC defenders have not taken the field yet because, they haven't taken the field because they are under review. Now they're trotting on the field. So it looks like we have DC defenders football. They are already in field goal range. To those of you who are just now tuning in, thank you as always for tuning in between 3 platforms you're watching on. And it looks like they got the snap off, but the play is called dead. Referees are talking with the defenders. And now they are in the middle of the road. Well, middle of the field. Okay, it's called a dead play. Nothing serious. Nothing serious. It comes to Jordan Ta'amu, the quarterback for the DC defenders. He has the ball on the 12-yard line, drops back, slings it on out to number 88, but the pass is incomplete. We're going to have a 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 on the 12 for the defenders. And for this away team, they have been doing damage out here this year. Again, 2-0. Been winning these games. They've been close. I was trying to go over the depth chart for the St. Louis Battlehawks offense, but because of, that quick turnover, I'll go ahead and go over the DC defenders depth chart here in a second after this play. Drop back by Jordan Ta'amu, throws it into the end zone. We're going to have an incomplete pass. No flag on the play. It's going to be 3rd and 10. So with that 3rd and 10, let's go ahead and get this depth chart for your offense for the DC defenders out here today. Got Jordan Ta'amu at quarterback. Darius Higgins and Abram Smith sharing the duties at running back. Ty Scott, Chris Rowland, Javon Antonio, and Jaden Mickens are your 4 receivers for the defenders, as well as Briley Moore McKinney and Ben Bresnahan are your 2 tight ends for the defenders' offense. Ta'amu drops back, tries to get a touchdown to Rowland, but it's incomplete. We're going to have a 4th and 10. So 4th and 10 for these DC defenders. I might have to try a different site to see if I can get more action with these depth charts, because that's all they give you for your offense. They don't give you the linemen. They don't give you anything else. And this is through rotowire.com. So if any of you know anybody out there, hang on, I'll tell you here in a second. We got Matt McCrane out here for the extra point or for the field goal attempt. He's 7 of 8 on the season. This is a 30-yard attempt, and it is good. Number 16, McCrane with the field goal. Let's go ahead and update that score real quick. We now have a 3-0 lead for the defenders on that 4th and 10 field goal. 9:06 on the clock. I'll get that straight for you guys here in a second. Fox is going to commercial, and so are we. We'll see you here on the other side of this commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text, delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling.
Total Football Talk Extra.
And we are back from the commercial break as we now have the kickoff to the Battlehawks. Let me go ahead and take this graphic away. Bring myself back. It is 3-0 DC Defenders as we have a flag on the return. 9:01 on the clock. Let me go ahead and get us updated with this. 9:01 on the clock here. And we have a flag on the return, but also a switch up as the Battlehawks have the mother-fathering football. Again, I am Drew Willingham. You are watching this live on
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Shout out to the plethora of you guys on X watching this right now. I don't know if you guys can leave comments and if they show up on StreamYard or not, because I'm still relatively new to streaming on X. So, but YouTube and Twitch are doing pretty good. So those of you out there who are watching, make sure you comment. Say what's up to your dude out here in these streams. As it looks like we do have one comment already. Let me go ahead and get to him as they're figuring out what's going on over here on the sideline. It's still 1st and 10 for the Battlehawks. That comment is Ike saying, yo! What's up, Ike? Glad you can make it here for this live game. As Battlehawks are now on the field on offense. Looks like Wilkins is going to hand it off to Sailors once again. And there's 8:52 on the clock. 8:51. Yep, we are on par now with our play clock. Let me go ahead and get our stream of the week banner going across there. And I do apologize, guys, for being a little bit off as we had some technical difficulties slowed me down and threw me off a little bit. But now we're back on track. 2nd and 10 for this team, as they did not get any type of production on that last play. And Wilkins is going to be hit hard and fumbles again. Is he going to be down, or are they going to actually say that that's defender's football? Nope, they're going to say he was down by contact. But let's look at this play again. They are reviewing it. They're doing it in slow motion. He gets absolutely whacked. No, that's a fumble. But no, it was recovered by the Battlehawks, so it doesn't matter. I just got excited from seeing the fumble, but very, very lucky on them. It's now 3rd and 23. Wow. 3rd and 23. Wilkins drops back to the 2. There's a little screen pass out there to Sailors. Sailors is going to take it up to the 20, the 25, and go out of bounds. About 10 yards short of the first down. So with that, clock stops. It's going to now be restarted. Let me go ahead and start it with it at 7:24. It is 4th down, but a lot better at 4th and 6 is what they got it to instead of 23. Wow, it was 3rd and 23 based on that sack of Wilkins, and that doesn't set you up for any type of success. That's why you have what you have now in a 4th down punt. And through their first 2 possessions, a fumble and a punt for this team, known as the Battlehawks. And that fumble set up the field goal for the defenders. So with that being said, this is a tough start for them. They're going to punt, and it looks like the play is going to be stopped. Did they have a delay of game? Nope, there's a timeout beforehand by St. Louis, so they did not take the delay of game penalty. So we have our first timeout. Let's go ahead and take one away for the Battlehawks, as they now have 2 timeouts to the defenders' 3. Defenders up 3-0 based on a fumble by the Battlehawks on their first drive. Got that field goal, and the Battlehawks are now prepared to punt it away on their second drive. To those of you just tuning in between X, YouTube, and Twitch, the 40+ of you watching live right now, thank you so much for tuning in. Drop the comments in the comment section down below. Say what's up to me, kind of like how Ike did earlier. Ike, you haven't really said much since you said that, but I'm going to at least say thank you for tuning the expletive in. Now, 4th and 6. Again, Battlehawks just took a timeout. And again, you are watching this live on SIRTOBA Media for the live play-by-play. Myself here today to bring you said play-by-play as we have the punt back. It is returned to about the 25-yard line by number 12 of the defenders, Chris Rowland. Shot to him for doing his mother-fathering job, returning the ball back. Chris Rowland, part of this team that's returning players of the DC Defenders from last year, setting them up with decent position of that. Let me go ahead and give you a 1st down and 10, not a 1st and 6. And I'll adjust the time on the clock here in just a second, as we have Shannon Harris being shown here as the interim coach for Reggie Barlow of the DC Defenders. I'm going to be honest. You know, this team doing what they're doing without Reggie Barlow, you know, he was a big part of this. You know, he left the team and moved on to Tennessee State, become coach there. As we now have a throw, catch, and return to the looks like it's going to be a 2nd and 2. My apologies on that. I was looking at something else and kind of haphazardly gave you that call on that. We do have a 2nd down. It's not going to be a first. I'm going to say 2nd and 2. Nope, 2nd and 3. I was a little bit off. My apologies. Now, 3rd down is just try to run the ball out there. Did not successfully get that call for a 1st down. And we need to adjust our clock because it's at 5:54. Yep, we are spot on with that. 3rd and 1. Trying to do all this at one time, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a challenge out here. Sick Diggy is in the house. We'll get to your comment here in a second, my man. Hand off to number 4 again, and he has got the 1st down. It's a nice play right there. You get the 1st down by your running back here. And let me go ahead and pull up our roster, too. That would help us out a little bit instead of saying the numbers. You don't want to have just the numbers. But 1st and 10 as a result of that play right there. Is the music still playing in the background? Sick. Can't hear. I'm have to make an adjustment because when I went to commercial last time, it kind of a little bit, just a little bit. I don't know. You tell me. What do you think? Is it playing? It looks like it's playing, but I can't hear it. 6 says, "What's good, everybody?" And if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Absolutely. Because he hears it, it's all good. Shout out to Stick for tuning in and letting me know. Yes, I'm still figuring this the scoreboard thing out. And we have a deep pass by Jordan Ta'amu to number 19. That might be a touchdown, or he's going to be down at the 1 by Ty Scott. They give him the touchdown. I get to click the button. That is awesome. Touchdown, DC Defenders. Wow. Hope I can make that into some type of highlight later. But as of right now, that was a fake handoff and a 65-yard catch and run by Ty Scott. We have a 9-0 ball game, and they haven't even gone for the extra point conversion, whether it be a 1, 2, or 3. And the clock just kept mother father and moving. Just kept on moving. All right, bring it on down. It's 4:23 on the clock. Ta'amu goes back. They go for the 2-point conversion. It is incomplete, but we do have a 9-0 ball game as a result. So they are still up by a full possession. 4:23 on the clock. Fox might be going to commercial break, and if they do, we will too, because we have a 9-0 ball game for this week 3 contest here on TFT Extras play-by-play. Looks like Fox will be going to commercial. I will say the same for us. We'll see you here on the other side of this commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central. On the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, Commanders. Where my soldiers, left side,
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete, 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 delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
The commercial break is over. We are back for
Total Football Talk Extra.
I'm your host, Drew Willingham. We are back, and we do have a guest for the second half today, as Darrell Owens will be joining me for either a quarter or two. At least by the fourth quarter, we should have our guy in here to do a little color commentary with myself and to make this a little bit more el natural for what you listen to normally on the TV, but at least, hopefully, this is a little more entertaining for that, and with some of the things that I say, it might do this to you. Is it a total
surprise, motherfucker?
Did I like that button? Come on now. Let me know out here in the comments. As we have possession by one team, not by another, we shall see what happens for the Battlehawks. And I had all that drive going that past one, and I didn't even have the possession selected for the correct team. So, again, trial and error, ladies and gentlemen. Trial and error. Still figuring this stuff out. But I think by halftime, once we get to halftime and I can take a little bit of extended commercial break, get up and move around from the desk, I'll be ready to rock and roll for the second half. We should have some gems for the second half. I'm going to call it now. I'm going to make the prediction because I'm warming up, getting ready to rock and roll. 1st and 10 for the Battlehawks as they just receive the kickoff. Kick, whatever you want to expletive say out here.
Oh, my brother, testify.
Absolutely. And absolutely, shout out to the Rap Rats because they're making it happen out here in these streams. They are. Don't you laugh. They are. 1st and 10. We'll see what happens with this play. Is Wilkins going to help convert this team to a first down and actually make some noise on this drive, or are they going to do what they've done the past two drives? Fumble it and punt it. Second down as they hand it off now, and it's not a positive amount of yards as they lose one. It's 2nd and 11. And Sick, I'm gonna see if I can give you if I could task you with a little bit of something to. Well, no, you know what? We'll talk about at the end of the show. Talk about the end. We'll focus on that for next week's episode of Play-by-Play Action. Shout out to the 40 of you watching on Twitter. Actually, 41 on X watching. This must be a good time to stream on Sundays. Sack to Wilkins at the 20. It's going to be a 3rd down. Wow, the DC Defenders front line has been putting a lot of pressure on the St. Louis Battlehawks offensive line today, getting to the quarterback many, many times, again, causing a fumble, almost 2 fumbles if the Battlehawks didn't recover it in time. It's 3rd and 14. Let me go ahead and adjust this, and I need to adjust our clock too, as I've not done a great job of keeping up with that. in this first quarter, but I apologize, and I will improve as the game moves on. It is 3rd and 14. Wilkins drops back. The pass is intercepted. Wow. This game might end early, ladies and gentlemen. This might end. I mean, we'll still stream, but this game, as far as a contest, might end before you know it. That's interception. That's turnover number 2 for this Battlehawks team. And that's going to give the possession back to the defenders in field goal range again. And the last time this happened, they scored a field goal. So we're about to find out if this is going to be a trend for the remainder of the game, because Wilkins is literally, without question, I mean, I don't want to say he's taking it, but it looks like he's taking a dive. I don't think he is, but it looks like it the way he's playing. He's not playing coordinated at all. He doesn't look coordinated at all to be a professional quarterback, let alone in the UFL, as the defenders are on the 27. Tamu drops back. Passes incomplete to number 14. And it's going to be 2:42 with a 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 out here in these streams. Man, defenders look poised to take the... What do you guys think right now with being 2nd and 10? 6 says St. Louis's head coach will be having choice words for his team come halftime if they don't turn things around. Oh, absolutely they will. Absolutely they will. Without a shadow of a doubt. Because right now, again, I can't say it enough, they're looking poised to take the... Facts. 3rd and 6 now. As they ran it and got a few yards, well, about 4 yards on that play to make it 3rd and 6. And now, with what appears to be an incomplete pass, and I apologize if it was 3rd and 7, an incomplete pass, it's now 4th and 7 for the defenders. I can go ahead and take a minute off the clock here as I was rambling and was offset, but now your clock is set. 4th and 7, field goal attempt again by McCrane. This one's a 42-yarder. The one he made earlier was a 30-yard field goal. And the kick, it is good. We have a 12-0 ball game for the DC Defenders as a result of that 4th and 7 field goal. Wow. Defenders, I said it earlier, I was wrong. I said the defenders look poised to take the L. I meant the Battlehawks look poised to take the L. Let's try that again. The Battlehawks look poised to take the...
Let me talk to you.
I think I'm warming up now. Yes, I corrected it in the moment for his team. And my bad, typing error on my part. Hey, man, stuff happens. We're humans. You know, we got a 12-0 ball game. It is a proven factor in this game, let alone that we are all just humans, because there's a bunch of human errors on the side for the quarterback, at least for the Battlehawks. But it is a team sport, and there's some things going on up front with the offense, as far as the offensive line, trying to defend, literally the defense, like defend their quarterback from the defense. So, whoops. Well, there's 1:18 on the clock. I kind of let it go. So my apologies. You're going to hear that again here in a second. As the kickoff is now underway, it's going to go into the end zone for the Battlehawks to take it with 1:18 left on the clock. Again, shout out to the 40+ of you watching on X right now. That's awesome. That is really, really cool. Makes me happy to see the type of turnout. I just wish the comments would show up here, because unless you guys are not commenting over there, It's just not showing up. I will have to check out the X page here once I get a second during the next commercial break and see what's going on over there. That way I can try to get some of your comments to the forefront if you are actually dropping them in there. First and 18 for this Battlehawks team. Manny Wilkins under center. Fake to Sailors. Pitches it out to number 1, who takes it for about a 7-yard gain out of bounds. It's going to be 1:11 on the clock. It's going to be, I would say, 2nd and 3 is going to be my guess. If they give him an extra yard, that would be pretty mother-fathering sweet, too. If you're just now tuning in to this, whether you're watching on X, YouTube, or on Twitch, and you are just now watching for the first time, please subscribe to whatever platform you are watching on and to all of our other surrounding platforms. Wilkins takes it off on a run, and it looks like if he's not called out of bounds, we're going to have a touchdown by the Battlehawks. A run, a scramble, a QB run by the quarterback, Manny Wilkins, and we have a touchdown by the Battlehawks. Finally makes up for his mistake from earlier with two mistakes. He had a fumble and an interception. Gets one of those back and scores the 6 points that he gave up with those 2 turnovers, as they gave up 2 field goals on those 2 turnovers. And he gets redemption with the touchdown on 2nd and 3. Nice scramble out to the left. That's about a 57-yard run, I'm going to guess now, without knowing 100% for sure. Wow. Found a hole over to the left, exposed it, and took it for a run. That was a nice play by Manny Wilkins out to the left. They're reviewing it now to see if he went out of bounds during that run, because it's kind of questionable. There was one spot, that's why I said if it stands, because it looked like there's a possibility about the 20-yard line or so. His right foot, the heel of it came close to that white line, and if they call it out, they're going to bring it back, and they do. They do call it back. Unfortunately, we have a 12-0 game still, and they called him out at about the 25. 30-yard line, my apologies. The clock is running again, and they hike it off. 2nd and 10, because they did give him the first down. My apologies for not resetting that. I now have it reset. 2nd and 10. Clock continues to run. I don't foresee the Battlehawks using one of their 2 timeouts that remain at this point, as it looks like they may get the play off before. Nope, they're going to let it run down to the end of the quarter. So at the end of the first quarter, we have a 12-0 game. It should be 12-6. Had his foot not been out of bounds, but I'll digress on that for now. We'll talk more about that during the halftime show. But for now, it's the end of the first quarter. Fox is going to go to commercial, and so are we. I'm going to check you guys out on X during this commercial break. I'll see you here in just a couple minutes.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete!
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and
Total Football Talk Extra.
Welcome back, because we are back. It is now start of the second quarter, and Battlehawks have the possession. Wilkins drops back. Incomplete pass. We're going to have a 3rd and 10 now to start this second quarter. Let me go ahead and reset our time. Let me go ahead and get us into the next quarter. And now it is a 3rd and 10. As a result, 14:49 is our play clock. Well, is our clock itself. So, second quarter, 3rd and 10, 14:49 on the clock. Battlehawks have the ball. 2 timeouts for them. It's been a story of turnovers for them with a fumble as well as an interception and a punt for their first 3 drives. This is their 4th drive now. Intentional grounding was the call on that incomplete pass as he threw it out of bounds. So they're going to lose a few yards on that now too. It should be 3rd and 15 if I were to take a guess. Well, go the other way with that unit right up here. They haven't displayed it on the screen yet, but that's what I'm going to say. No, 3rd and 20. You lose 10 for that. I should have known that. Loss of 10 yards for intentional grounding. 3rd and 20. As you are here for the TFT Extra Stream of the week. As there's a pass out to number 1. He is dropped back for about a loss of 3 yards. We're going to have a 4th and 23. Maybe 4th and 22. I'm going to go ahead and say 23. 4th and 22 is the call. Let's go ahead and update our clock here so we can be on par with the TV screen. But again, 4th and 22 is where we are at here. Now just drop down to under 14 minutes. You're about to punt the ball back to the DC Defenders, who have a 12-0 lead on you. They've scored 2 field goals as a result of your 2 turnovers and then scored a touchdown on the 1 drive that you just punted the ball away. So with the way things look, last time you punted, you gave up the touchdown. So let me go ahead and get this synced up correctly. Should be right about now. Punted it back to the 11-yard line, received by number 3. We're going to have it stopped there. DC Defenders have the ball. It's going to be 1st and 10 for the defenders, not 1st and 22, but first down for the defenders. Just a little bit of a heads up, we will probably be taking a little bit of an extended commercial break during halftime. I would say it's probably going to be closer to 5 minutes. Might let that commercial loop back to 2 times, if not 3. There's a special announcement by the UFL at halftime, and I want to listen into that. It's kind of tough to listen and talk at the same time when doing this, so I'm going to try to listen into that. So if I'm doing a halftime show and I cut to an additional quick commercial break, that's the reason why. So just giving you a little bit of a heads up, but I don't think it's going to be for that long. I just want to be able to tell you guys in the moment rather than read up on it later and then having to talk about it during the show next week with Cole and not know about it in the moment. If I could find out now, that would be great. It'd be sweet if their announcement was they were expanding into more teams into the league. I think it would be cool if we had 16 or 24 teams in this league. But again, with businesses, you got to be profitable. So I get it. If you can't do it based on that factor alone. We did have a second down. I said before it was a second down play. They just handed the ball off on second down, and it was not successful for a first. So we have a third down now as the clock continues to run. Everything is right with that, and it's 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8 right here and now. And our guy over here on Twitch is saying that the DC is winning, obviously. Might. 3rd and 8. Tamu drops back. Almost intercepted by the Battlehawks on the 15-yard line. That would have been huge had that happened. It's now 4th and 8 as a result of that incomplete pass. Almost intercepted. 12:21 on the clock. It is 4th and 8. But yes, it does look like DC's winning, but just as you said that, and then I, repeated your sentiments, he almost threw an interception. So, but Jordan Ta'amu and what he's done in this game so far, he's looked pretty good until that moment right there. Because so far, as far as the touchdown that he scored, he did good. He has 76 passing yards through a little over 1 quarter, but he's only 3 of 11 in pass and completions. So I'm kind of concerned about that. I'll answer this question right here in a second. 27.3% passing completion percentage, 27.3, but he has an 86.2 QBR on the day, so that's not terrible. Now with this right here, I cannot show it based on UFL rights. Do not have those at this time. If I ever get big enough to where I can obtain it and show it to you in real time, I would. But I have not that point. So if you want to share this with your friends and keep growing the platform, we might one day, can't put any promises on it, be able to show some type of highlights. I don't know about live in action. But the punt is now underway. It's returned to about midfield. So the Battlehawks now have received the ball back. They get a chance to score before we go into halftime. There is a flag on the play. I'm going to guess, and I'm about a minute behind, I'm going to guess that the flag with that return has to do with some type of unsportsmanlike at the end, because it looked like there was some type of unsportsmanlike play. Or face mask, because there was a little bit of action. Yep, it's face mask on the kicking team. Number 88. The defenders, number 88 with the face mask call. That's going to give the team known as the Battlehawks a little bit better possession, a little bit better fielding possession. And we're going to see potentially their first score of the game on this drive as they are now inside the 40-yard line. So, what do you guys think? They're a commercial break for Fox, but I'm not going to do that because I think it's going to be a quick one. I kind of want to get caught up with your comments. And Six says he's watching the highlights of the previous games for this week while following the live, and I appreciate that. I do have the scores, and I made graphics for those games that I'm going to do during our halftime show. So those 3 games I've already made the graphics for. It also saves me work for not having to do it for Total Football Talk for this week, because I'll have it ready to go since they're already created. All I have to do is just make the one from today's game. So that is awesome. And that's how you bounce back after messing up the previous drives. Absolutely. I mean, it is. But, that was 10, 13 minutes ago. And then, of course, you feel like you spoke too soon. And I did too, because he stepped out of bounds and they brought it on back. Stepped out around the 30-yard line. It was about close to the 25, but that's what I thought. But no, unfortunately not. Called it out about 30. And then you know the rest. How many cities are willing to have a UFL franchise in this economy? Would it be profitable? That's a very, very good question that we may bring up at the end of the show. If we might be able to bring you back on at the end there, like we did with the show the other day, Sick. I think that might be a decent little suggestion if you're down for it. I don't know how long Darrell will be able to stick around for. I think it'll be just a quarter or two. He said he could at least do a quarter. I'm thinking he'll be here by the 4th and just do the 4th quarter if he can't make it for the 3rd. But he's currently doing a stream on his platform right now. Nothing to do with the UFL, something else. But he's either recording or live streaming. I honestly haven't checked to see that. So my apologies for not keeping up with that for you today, brother. But again, we are here for the live play-by-play between the teams known as the DC Defenders and the St. Louis Battlehawks. Got a battle of 2 undefeated teams today. We'll have to see which one of these 2 teams leaves this game with the undefeated record after this one. It's going to be interesting to see what happens as a result of this contest. And right now I got my money on the DC Defenders. I live not too far from them, and I am not a homer of them by all means, picking them to win games and stuff because of them being nearby or liking the team. But I will say that I'm liking what I'm seeing out of them over the past few years. I need to keep it up. You need to keep it up, especially if you have, results like this, where you're winning games to the magnitude that you are. So, and Darrell is actually live right now. My apologies, I'm seeing that. He is actually, looks like they might have gotten started a little bit late because they started at 4 o'clock. So, we will probably see Darrell, I would think, around the 4th quarter, if not by the post game. Might be able to help myself out with some post game stuff. And Sick too. Who knows if Sick can make it? But 11:20 is on the board. It's 1st and 10 for the Battlehawks. And looks like we're going to have a handoff. It's not going to be enough for the first down. So we're at 2nd down now. Let's get our clock updated. That is now spot on. It's 2nd and 7. 2nd and 7 on the clock for their possession. It's under 11 minutes now. We're about to find out if the Battlehawks have what it takes to stay in the race to potentially be undefeated by the end of this game. They're lined up on the 33-yard line. I like 33. That's my number. 33-yard line. Handed off. Fake handoff. Actually, Wilkins avoids a sack. Throws it on out to the one he faked it off to. Number 41. It's going to be 3rd down. It is a completed pass, but they will not get the first down as a result. I say they get about 2 yards on that, maybe 3. I'm going to call it a 3rd and 5. Just awaiting confirmation on that. Oh, wait, no. He lost yards on that? Yeah, they're going to say 3rd and 10. Well, I need new glasses. Because right then and there, when it came to my take on that, I took the big old nasty. And as we come back from the L transition, there's a deep pass. A deep pass and a touchdown. Deep pass and a touchdown. Number 2, Frank Darby with a 35-yard pass and catch. Wow, that completely messed me on up the way that happened. Wilkins almost took the sack, and they take the touchdown as a result. He escapes the sack, throws the touchdown. And Frank Darby, with the catch of the week, it looks like, with the way he leaped up in the air and caught it. I got to adjust the clock, too, because it's 9:49 on the clock. Because I'll let it go again. We have a 2-point conversion. We'll pitch to number 8. It's going to be unsuccessful. But it doesn't matter because you have the Battlehawks on the board finally. 12-6 is our score. Fox will go to commercial, and so will I for this one. I need a reprieve from that. We'll see you guys here in about 2 minutes.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers,
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Welcome back. We're back from commercial break. As myself, Drew Willingham, is here to bring you the live action between these two teams, between the Defenders and the Battlehawks. Defenders will have the ball as a result, but when you look at what just happened, did the momentum just shift in favor of the Battlehawks? Let's see what Sick Diggy has to say out here in the comments. Says, props to the Houston Roughnecks and the Memphis Showboats. It was a tough game, but the Houston's defense came through when it counted. Absolutely. And we'll talk about that during halftime with the graphic as well. And he says, you got to love the suspense and last-minute heroics. Oh, absolutely. I do. And could it potentially be? We'll have to wait and see. But when it comes to that, we now have the kickoff to the defenders. It's going to be returned back to the 26-yard line. There is a flag, and it is brought down to 9:43 on the clock as a result of the kick. But the defenders have it. There is a flag. Let's see what we have here. The flag went away. So I don't know if it was I don't know what you call it, because they're not even saying anything. They're just doing a sideline interview with a tablet, talking audio blitz. That's literally all they're doing in this moment, right here and now.
You can't handle the truth.
I can't, because they didn't tell me what was going on. So 1st and 10. Tamu under center. Hand off number 4. It looks like we're going to go backwards for about a yard or two. That is what happens. Went backwards for a yard or two in that situation. Jordan Ta'amu looking to lead his team to victory today. Definitely poised to do that right here and now. Looking pretty good. As a whole, as a team, him individually needs to step some things up at halftime, as I'm not liking what he's doing as far as in his completions to attempts game. But, in his running game, they gotta improve that a little bit. But 2nd and 14 as they lost 4 yards on that. There's a completed pass, number 18. He will either be a yard shy of the first down or they'll give it to him. I think they'll give it to him. It's 8:51, 8:49 on the clock. Clock is running. All right, everything is correct with that. They do not have the correct. It's 1st and 10. So yes, we do have a 1st and 10 on the screen. Handoff. Looks like we're getting about 4 yards. 4 yards by our running back, our friend over there, the running back for the DC Defenders. Abram Smith. Good old Abe's. Honest Abe. 2nd and 6. 2nd and 6. It is 8:10 on the clock. Everything is correct there. 8 minutes just before we go into halftime. Good old Honest Abe's. And it looks like we have a turnover. Wow. Ta'amu in the shotgun. Bunch of pressure. Throws a slants play. Intercepted by number 4 of the defense. Kelly of the defense for the Battlehawks. We have an interception. We have a turnover. And just like that, the Battlehawks are officially back in this game. Officially back. Cameron Kelly with the interception on that slants pass. Tamu just a little bit ahead of his receiver there. 1st and 10 for the Battlehawks. Wow. Couldn't have set up any better position. They're on the 29-yard line. Another end around again. Back to Wilkins, who throws it. Incomplete pass. We're going to have a 2nd down. And it's 7:49 on the clock. Let me go ahead and adjust that as, again, I got animated and lost track of the time. But 2nd and 10 now. Here on this play. They're not interviewing Kelly on the sideline, as he deservingly deserves to have his moment in the spotlight for intercepting that pass and doing what he did to give the Battlehawks position of the field inside field goal range already. And it's going to be another dink and dunk pass. It's going to be out of bounds. You're going to have 2 yards probably gained on that, maybe. It's 3rd down. Clock continues to go. Third and 12. He lost 2 yards on that. Wow. 3rd and 12. 6:55 on the clock. They're at the 31-yard line. Shout out to the 40-plus of you watching on X. And to those of you watching on YouTube, like my man Sick Diggy, and on Twitch, like our guy who said that DC is looking poised to win a little while ago. So shout out to you for tuning in from Twitch, and to those of you who are watching but are just not commenting at this time. 4th and 3 as a result of that play we just covered. He gained 9 yards on that catch. Battlehawks are in position to kick the field goal. Let me go ahead and adjust our clock to match up what's on the screen here. And we are now lined up. Rodrigo Blankenship, the kicker for the Battlehawks, 4 of 4 on the season. I believe he was with the Stallions, with the Brahmas last year. The field goal is good. 40-yard attempt, 6:08 on the clock. Battlehawks are within 3 as a result of that field goal. And now they will kick the ball back to the defenders, who will have a chance with 6:08 on the clock to do something with this score. 12-3. 12-9. 3-point game. Looking at it for what it is pretty tough. And Rodrigo Blankenship, he is actually the former kicker of the Colts, the guy with the glasses, like myself. Don't make fun of people with glasses. Now, we gotta do what we gotta do out here in these streams to make things feasible. You know what I'm saying? So, wearing glasses, it's tough for us out here. You know how it is. But go ahead and adjust my lighting there. But you would have to say that Rodrigo Blankenship is part of the Sports Goggle Hall of Fame. You got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Horace Grant, and Eric Dickerson are notable players within sports to wear the goggles. I wore them in soccer one time back in the day because I played soccer when I was a kid. I was a goalie, and I remember I had the goggles at one point. But and they actually paid off pretty well. They help you out big time. So I was able to see. The only thing that kind of sucked is I remember them they would fog up quite a bit. So I was concerned about that, looking back on it, trying to play and having the goggles on. I don't know if they've improved that or not by this point, but we have a kick and a return to about the 22-yard line by the defenders. They'll have 1st and 10 at about the 22. Let's go ahead and reflect that to give the DC defenders their possession. And with 6:03 on the clock, they get a first down. It is a 3-point game. And hopefully we see some damage. If it wasn't for Frank Darby, they wouldn't have gotten those 3 points. They need to thank their guy on their defense for getting them set up with that field goal. Because now on the 24-yard line, you have the DC defenders, Jordan Ta'amu in the shotgun. Handoff number 25 for a first down. He ran like he was mad on that one. Deion Jackson returning to this DC defenders team from last year. He literally ran up the gut like he was mad. It was like a Saquon Barkley running against the Giants, mad because they let him go. And there's a incomplete pass, number 83 now. It's not going to be a 2nd and 10 with 5:31 on the play clock before we go into halftime. 5:31 on said clock. Let's see what we got right here and now between these two teams, as 83, the wide receiver for the defenders, Braylon Sanders, no relation to Primetime or Shadur, Shiloh, any of those brothers over there. The Sanders family is not related to any one of them. We now have a handoff. Going to be about 5 yards short of the first down. So we're going to have a 3rd and what appears to be 5, maybe 6, hell, maybe 4. But I'm going to say 5. Give them the benefit of the doubt with 4:44 on the play clock, or on the actual time clock. 3rd and 4. So yes, it was the hell 4. That's what it was. For the 40 plus of you watching on X, And those of you watching on YouTube, and those of you watching on Twitch, thank you very much for watching as we are live, 3rd and 4. Clock is correct. Down is correct. And pass and a catch to Chris Rowland for a first down. Clock continues to run. DC is looking poised to score yet again. 1st and 10. About 4 minutes left on the clock here in the second quarter. Man, could they come back and score here? Because regardless, somebody's taking this. During the L transition, we had a handoff to the running back. It was for 3 yards. It's now 2nd and 7 with 3:33 on the clock. Looking a lot closer to halftime. We'll get to our halftime show after that initial commercial break, the extended one I was telling you about. We'll probably take about a 4 or 5 minute break. And a handoff for a first down. Wow, he is running like that was Smith on that play, number 4. They got the 2 running back duo. They are both running like they're mad, like they've been disrespected or something. There's another first down. Literally running like they are angry out here today. Time is correct. 1st and 10. Tommy rolls out. Completed pass to Rowland for a first down again. Out to the 25. Leave it the way it is. It's 1st and 10. But we have a flag. Let's see what this flag is for. Referees are talking about it. I thought there's sideline interference. So on St. Louis, after the play. So an automatic first down for the DC defenders. On top of that, when you had it out to the 25. So with that, we got to take it up to where the clock is now because I got Nancy and was paying attention to the screen again. A 2:39 on the clock. They already had a first down. You just gave them even more yardage. They're at the 25, and now you're going to put them at about the 15. Oh, how you going to do that, man? How are you going to do that? That was absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible on that flag. 12-9 is our score so far. Clock is down to 2:24. They just adjusted it, so we're going to adjust it to match that. 2:24 on the clock. 1st and goal, practically. When you have the ball moved up that far. Man!
Oh, my brother, testify!
For the person who did the interference, you might as well just get in your car and run away from the scene.
You're tripping about the whole situation. Let me get my husband on the line.
Okay.
B21, B25 with. B25. I got one guy on the run.
Peace. Because you just messed your team up right there because defenders are now 10 yards closer to the end zone. They gave him 15 yards for that. It's 1st and 10. That's why it says 1st and goal on the screen. Literally 1st and 10 as a result of that on the 10. Tommy in the shotgun, drops back, throws it to the end zone. The pass is caught by number 88 of the offense, Briley Moore McKinney. The tight end scores the touchdown, and we now have a 18-9 game before the actual extra point conversion. Will it be a 1, 2, or 3? We're about to find out. 4 seconds came off the clock from that play. Team's trotting back out in the field. 2:20 left on the clock before our 2-minute warning. The defenders earlier did take a timeout that I missed, so I'm going to go ahead and adjust that to where both teams have 2 timeouts remaining. They're going for a 2-point conversion. They'll be up 20-9 if they make this. If not, they'll still be up by a full possession, 18-9. Tommy drops back. Incomplete pass, looking for number 87. His other tight end, Ben Bresnahan. But unable to come away with the 2-point conversion. The DC defenders do score, though. They're up 18-9. Full possession over the Battlehawks. Not looking good for the Battlehawks going into halftime. But the good thing is they're only 1 possession behind. And we saw how one team the other day messed around and found out on Friday night. And it could be a repeat of that, as we saw what happened with the Renegades against the Stallions by not taking advantage of scoring opportunities and having that 1 possession lead throughout the game into the end. So, I don't know. But the momentum shift is definitely back on the side of the DC defenders with 2:20 left. Again, a 1-score game, 18-9. We shall see what happens out here. But it hasn't been perfect, but it hasn't been totally. So, with that being said, that's all I got to say about that one. But 18-9 game, definitely pretty close out here. That's awesome when you have that situation and you come back. You have sideline interference that gives you an extra 15 yards, which is great. That doesn't happen every single day. And now, with 2:20 on the clock, you do have the opportunity to score again, but it's not looking good altogether because if I remember correctly, the Battlehawks started out with the ball in the first half, and they're going to not have the ball in the start the second half. So to start the first half, they received it. I'll double check that here in a second as 6 seconds came off the clock during that kick. Let's go to the play-by-play. Let's go to the start of the game. And the DC defenders, my apologies, actually started with the ball. And they punted. So, yes. We missed that because there was the overtime, or not the overtime, but the end of the game that rolled over from the game earlier today between the Brahmas and the Panthers. So 1st and 10, 2nd and 14. Wilkins drops back. And a completed pass to Jacob Sailors out to about the 46-yard line. We now have a team up at midfield. And this is going to take us to the 2-minute warning, as they're not going to get another playoff in time. So we'll stop it here at the 2-minute warning. It is a 1st and 10. The teams are going to go to a commercial break as a result of the 2-minute warning. And so are we. We'll be back here shortly.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk live. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
And we're back as UFL action between these two teams is about to commence. Return to action for the 2-minute warning is here, and then we will be at halftime once the next 2 minutes are completed. Let's see what you got to say here in the comments to get caught up with what you guys are saying. And we went over that one with the, you got to love the suspense, because that is absolutely true with that Sick Diggy. And there have been players who wore special goggles in professional soccer. Dutchman Edgar Davids in the 2000s comes to mind. His red lens goggles and dreadlocks became his trademark look. Okay, I like that. I do not know who you are speaking of, but I'll have to Google him and check it out, because let's like the World Cup or the Olympics. I'm not really paying attention to soccer. I'm just going to be honest. I'm a fan of a different kind of football, but yes, gotta love the San Antonio Brahmas and Michigan Panthers. Talk about a back and forth battle, yes. And to go back with what I was saying, I like playing soccer, not really a fan of watching it religiously. So you will not be catching me watching MLS. No. Hats off to Donald De La Haye. I guess I said it right. Despite his final field goal attempt in the dying seconds of the fourth quarter going wide. Yes, I haven't had to talk about much kickers this year, so I do not have practice with their names. So I probably just butchered his. We're about to go back underway as the teams are back on the field. Wilkins and team are lined up at about the 46-yard line. They're 46. They have 54 yards in total to go. Running up the gut with Sailors for about 2 yards. It's going to be second down, and I would say 8, maybe 9. The clock continues to run. We shall see what happens with these two teams and what happens. Wilkins drops back, airs it deep, but it's going to be an incomplete pass with 1:32 on the clock and a third down, 3rd and 8 with 1:32 on said clock. 1:32 it is. And number 1, Pearson of the offense was about a yard short from catching that. He just overthrew his man just a little bit on this Sunday action, the 4th of 4 games that we have. And we'll talk about the rest of those 4 during our halftime show. But Wilkins drops back on 3rd and 8, and he's going to scramble. He's going to run it out to about the 45-yard line, the other side, and he is not going to get a first down. There is a flag, though, after the play is called dead. So 1:22 is on the clock. 1:22 is on said clock with the flag. Let's see what happens as a result of the flag. Late hit by number 99 of the defense. 15 yards from the end of the play is what's going to happen as far as the penalty. And you just set up the Battlehawks in field goal range. You gave them the first down. They were about a yard short. It would have been about a 4th and 1 because it was 3rd and 8 when he scrambled. And that's a personal foul they'll call. That's the defensive tackle, number 99, Joe Wallace. Penalties, and we'll talk about them. It was a killer in Friday night's game, and it's looking like it could be a killer for one of these two teams. 5 penalties for 50 yards by the defenders and 3 for 30 yards for the Battlehawks. About the same amount of penalties almost. But 8 penalties altogether between two teams in one half. It's bad. Toss up to Pearson for about 2 or 3 yards. Clock's going to continue to run. And you want it to run. You do not want to give the defenders the ball back. Considering the Battlehawks have the ball in the second half to start it out. 2nd and 8. Wilkins drops back. Incomplete pass. And we're going to be right at exactly a minute with 3rd and 8 again. Something about this Battlehawks team, they like having 3rd and 8. And they've been converting on it too. So, or at least in the past couple drives they have. We're going to have to see if they can actually come through with 1 minute left in the first half. 3rd and 9, my apologies. All that hype over 3rd and 8. And then you messed me up. It's 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9 for the Battlehawks out here on the field. And it looks like they're going to take their second timeout of the half. Oh, no, the defenders did. Defenders did. They didn't like what they saw. So we're taking a timeout away from the DC defenders. 2 timeouts for the Battlehawks. 1 for the defenders. We're going to have to see right here and now what happens between these two teams for the remainder of this half and for a whole half that we have left to discuss after the halftime show.
You like that? You like that?
You know you do. Oh!
Yeah. Yeah.
Facts. But they are reviewing the previous play as it looks like St. Louis is challenging if there was interference on that, because with that last play, he would have caught it potentially, and I think that's what their argument is going to be. And it looks like they didn't win that argument, is they're going to actually charge St. Louis with the timeout. I must have missed a timeout earlier because I thought it was actually the defenders taking a timeout. It was actually the Battlehawks who took the timeout as a result of challenging a play and not getting it correctly overturned in their favor. So,
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
3rd and 9 for the Battlehawks as they are in field goal range. They're on the 29-yard line. And Wilkins tosses it out. It's going to be an incomplete pass with 56 seconds on the clock. We will see a 4th down. And we will see the kicking unit come out on 4th and 9 to try to bring this back to another, to bring this back to a 6-point game once again. So, does it happen? Does he make it? This is Rodrigo Blankenship, the man of the goggles. 47-yard field goal attempt for him here on the Battlehawks. Kick is up. It's right down the middle. Rodrigo Blankenship gives them a 6-point edge to come back from instead of a 9. There's 51 seconds on the clock as the Battlehawks just set themselves up to get a little bit closer to taking the lead potentially. We'll have to see if they can actually do it in the second half. But for now, they get it within 6. And we are only 51 seconds away from seeing halftime. So next week, we do have a Saturday and a Sunday game. Only 1 per day. I think they're going to do 2 on Friday. I'll have to double check what our schedule is for next week. But I have a feeling that the way their schedule is set up for next week is they're working around WrestleMania, so that way they don't try to hurt their viewership from those who are professional wrestling fans who watch this because The Rock is part of the ownership of the league. And is it everybody that watches this is like that? No, but you know there's like a couple people out there. Okay, probably more than just a couple. But yeah, there's a few people out there that only look at this just because The Rock is involved. And I look at it just because I love football. Is it like NFL? No, but there are some similarities. The popularity is definitely not a similarity, but there are similarities to this thing known as the UFL. So with 51 seconds on the clock, Battlehawks will kick it off to the defenders. And we'll have to see if the defenders are going to be aggressive enough to try to do something with what I will guess to be about 45 to 46 seconds on the clock when they return this. And it is returned to the 29. Oh, it goes down about 31, I'd say. So, yep, 45 seconds are remaining on the clock. There will be a 1st and 10. And you'll have about 70 yards to go for a touchdown. Or about 40 yards to try to get it within a decent amount of field goal range. So, we'll have to see. McCrane can kick some decent-sized kicks. But he's sure not going to make it from right here. This would be like an 82-yard field goal from where they're lined up on like the 30 of the other side. So, no, that would not work out in their favor if they lined him up to go for the field goal right here and now. But what I can say with 45 seconds as Ta'amu drops back, he throws it. It is going to be completed to number 19 to the 40-yard line. With 34 seconds or so on the clock, they're not going to take their timeout right away. They're going to let the clock run a little bit as it is 2nd and 1. 2nd and 1 on the clock. 20 seconds about now. Clock continues to run a lot of times coming off the clock here. And Ta'amu drops back, it avoids a sack and throws it out of bounds at about the 50. So we're going to have a 3rd and 1. Wow, 11 seconds on the clock. A lot of time came off. You burned about 25 seconds altogether with that. I mean, you only got one timeout left. I see, you're trying to save it in case you can get into field goal range. But at this point, I don't think you're going to get there. It's 3rd and 1 with 11 seconds on the clock. Let's see what they call here. Are you aggressive or are you conservative in this situation? With 3rd and 1, 60 yards until you beat the end zone. And you're about a good, still 20 to 25 yards away from even thinking about a field goal. On 3rd and 1, Ta'amu drops back, airs it deep, and it's going to be incomplete. They're looking for some type of interference play probably there to get them within field goal range, but the pass interference play is not called. It's now 4th and 1. And with 6 seconds left, they're more than likely going to punt this away and try to get as much hang time as they can to end the half on this punt. So we'll have to see what happens, but with 6 seconds on the clock, they send their punter out there. He's going to kick it off or punt it off to Pearson of the Battlehawks. Ta'amu, 8 of 20, quarterback of the DC Defenders. 8 completions out of 20 attempts. Not well at all during this first half. Luckily, they've scored 18 points, so a lot of that has to do with how the Battlehawks set them up. And time is going to expire here as a result of this punt. He basically dances around back there. We have halftime out here as it is the end of the second quarter, the end of the first half. And I can now take away the 4th down and 1 and put it at 1st and 10 and get us ready for the second half. 18-12 is our score. DC is up. The battle of the two DC, or the two undefeated teams at halftime, is here. And the Battlehawks do receive the kickoff to start the second half. We're going to go ahead and take our extended commercial break before the halftime show. We'll see you here on the other side of this extended commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be rep right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, side, right side. Commanders. With my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
With my soldiers, right side. Commanders. With my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
With my soldiers, right side. Commanders. With my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
And we're back. Commercial is now finally over. The extended one for the commercial break is now over, as I had to check out what the special announcement was for good old UFL. And that announcement is this, as we are here for the TFT Extra Halftime Show. The UFL Championship will be held in St. Louis to the Georgia Dome. I mean, not the Georgia Dome, but in their Dome Stadium over there in St. Louis. Now, what that means is big, because when it comes to the UFL and their bigger teams that they have as far as fan base, the largest one is St. Louis, because they don't have an actual professional team in the NFL anymore when the St. Louis Rams moved to LA. So with them playing at the Dome at the America Center, it's huge for them to get this because of the fan base. They're going to have a packed house. This is June 14th when the UFL Championship will actually be underway. But during halftime, that was the announcement that they made. So with this 18-12 game, that's what we have here for the TFT Extra Halftime Show. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and talk about the three teams real quick, the three games that we had between Friday, yesterday, and earlier today. With the Friday night game, the Renegades and the Stallions, I called this on this platform 2 nights ago, where the Renegades, who were winning the game decisively throughout, they were 2-0 coming into this game. The Stallions 1-1. Now both teams are 2-1 as a result of the Renegades messing around and finding out at the end, with the Stallions scoring at the end of the game to take the 10-9 victory, and also 2-1 and a 2-1 for a record, and have a winning record once again, as they had fallen to 500 the previous weeks. Now, with the other teams that we have here playing last night, this game right here, with what I was saying was the battle of the dumpster Pelicans, because both teams were 0-2 coming into this. This was a 2:30 p.m. matchup between these two teams yesterday afternoon, and the Roughnecks, the road team, winning there at the end is what Sick Nicky was talking about earlier, with the Heroics to win the game 18-17. And then with our game earlier today, just before this game right here, we have the Brahmas the Brahmas on the road losing yet again, their third straight loss of the season. I would not have guessed that we would see the Brahmas, who were in the UFL Championship game last year, at 0-3 at this point in the 2025 season. Panthers improved to 2-1 with the 26-23 victory during this UFL Week 3 experience that we have between these 4 games. And we are on the 4th of those 4 games with the DC Defenders and the St. Louis Battlehawks today for this 3 p.m. matchup. We are at halftime for this game. It is 18-12. The Defenders are up, the road team here, but you are watching this live for the TFT Extra Live play-by-play, hosted by myself, Drew Willingham. And during this half, at some point, whether it's during the third quarter or the fourth quarter, we will see Jarrell Owens of Legacy Maker Sports Network and Bowie TV join me to help me out with a little bit of color commentary to my play-by-play during this game right here. So with that, those were our 3 games that we had before this one: the Renegades and the Stallions, the Roughnecks and the Showboats, and the Brahmas and the Panthers to round out the 4 games from this past weekend. But talking to the games, let's talk about the one that we're in right now. If you haven't been watching, haven't been paying attention, I'll get you up to speed right here and now during this halftime show. Looking at this game, the Defenders started off the game with possession, and they would punt the ball away to start it out and give it back to the Battlehawks. But the Battlehawks would absolutely suck, and they would fumble the ball away to the Defenders, who would take a field goal as a result to go up 3-0 over the Battlehawks after that shit-tastic play by the Battlehawks and their quarterback, Wilkins, who fumbled the ball to the other team. On the ensuing drive after the field goal, the Battlehawks would suck once again as they would punt the ball away and be down 3-0 as a result of the punt still. And on the next drive, when they punted the ball away, the touchdown was then taken by the DC defenders, who then would go up 9-0, missing the 2-point conversion, and they would be up 9-0 as a result of that. But the touchdown going from Jordan Ta'amu to old Ty Scott for a 62-yard touchdown play, and that is how you got to 9-0 at that point. The Battlehawks weren't done sucking at that point, because then they would throw another turnover. Well, I say throw another turnover, but they would have another turnover by having an interception this time by the quarterback, a fumble the first time, then a punt, and now on the third drive, you have your second turnover, and it's by your quarterback when he throws an interception. Battlehawks still down 9-0. Defenders would capitalize on this and score a field goal because they were in field goal range after this interception, and be up 12-0 after this. When they had those two turnovers, they got the interception and the fumble. They were in field goal range for both and scored field goals on both the interception and the fumble, and they scored a touchdown on the punt. Just to give you a little bit of a heads up with how that first quarter went, you have 12-0 defenders at the end. The Battlehawks would then punt on their next drive, followed by a punt by the defenders. Punting action on those two drives, but hey, it's got to happen at some point. Touchdown would then happen on the next drive by the Battlehawks to be down 12-6, missing the 2-point conversion, but they're only down by 6 in this moment. The defenders would actually drink the Kool-Aid that the Battlehawks did and suck for a minute when Jordan Ta'amu would throw an interception, and they would still be up, though, as a result, 12-6. Battlehawks would capitalize on this because they were set up in field goal range from a result of this shitastic interception. It's 12-9 as a result of the field goal. When it comes to the next one, you have the DC defenders capitalizing on the next drive. 8 plays for 76 yards, taking 4 minutes off the clock, going up 18-9 as a result of the touchdown. After that, on the last drive of the half for the Battlehawks, they would score a field goal as a result of 8 plays for 40 yards, and then take the score to 18-12. We'll talk more statistics later on, but the DC defenders would punt it at the end. And when they punted it, it was the last play of the half because time would expire at the end of the punt. That's how we have an 18-12 game. This concludes our halftime show. I'll see you here at the end of this quick commercial.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
And just did the quick commercial just to kind of transition into this because they're going into the third quarter now. We just had the kickoff, and it takes us down to 14:53 for the kickoff. And there was a holding call on the play for St. Louis, so they're going to lose a few yards on that kickoff. I didn't honestly see what the kickoff was a result of as far as their yardage because I was flipping the transitions to get us ready for halftime because I wanted to finish that halftime report before we got started. 1st and 10 on the 20-yard line for Manny Wilkins and the Battlehawks. See what happens here and now for this team. He's in the shotgun, takes it back to the 10, pressures on him, throws it out of bounds, 14:47 on the clock, 2nd and 10. We'll see what happens here and now. So, yes, 18-12 game. It's 2nd down, 2nd and 10 as a result of that. They messed me up because the guy in the booth decided to click the button and make the time go. So I think I've got it synced up right now. Yes, I do. I do not like the UFL rules when it comes to the time. I'm just going to be straight up honest with that. I don't like it. Wilkins throws it deep down the field, nearly intercepted, but with 14:12 on the clock, We have a 3rd and 10 now as a result of that incompletion. The score update for you: the LA Clippers are up 60-58 over the Warriors at halftime in the NBA for the final day of the NBA season. For those of you who love NBA or just love sports altogether, I meant to say, if you love sports altogether and wanted an update during this 3rd and 10, I just happened to see that across the bottom ticker. Wilkins takes it under center, drives back, throws it. I meant to say shotgun. Completes it to number 1, Pearson. Pearson takes it out of bounds, but it is for a first down if this flag that they just threw isn't a holding call on the offense. But we're about to find out. And I'll go ahead and adjust our time too, because getting caught up from starting just a tad late today. I'm still not 1,000% there. Pass interference by Frank Darby, the wide receiver, is what the call is. So that will not be a first down. They're going to lose yards on this play. Wow. Gotta tell you what, man, this has been absolutely wild. The way these penalties have been hurting these teams over the weekend. And that was one thing I meant to kind of break down a little bit more during the halftime show, but of course, I will definitely break it down at the end of the game during the postgame show. So you better believe it'll all be taken care of at one point. I will talk about it. Wilkins at 3rd and 20, drives back to about the 5 and throws it out of bounds. 13-10 on the clock. I'll get it running once the guy in the booth decides to click the button to begin. Fourth and 20. 12:55 on the clock. A little bit more now. Let's see. Down to there. Should be synced up now. 4th and 20. And the Battlehawks punt it away. It's going to be returned from 35. And he's going to be taken down. Roland's going to be taken down at the 40. But we have a flag on the play. With 12:30 on the clock, the flag is out. And we're going to see who has it. It's definitely going to be the defenders are still going to have the ball. And even if it is on the defenders and they have to punt it again, you're still going to be over 10 yards out. You are not going to go for it. And it's too close of a game at this point, too early for you to go for it. Illegal block in the back during the return. So it's going to be a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. The defenders will still have it, but at the end of this, it's not going to help your cause out. But 1st and 10 with 12:30 on the clock, you have the ball. First and 10, that is. Defenders with the ball. He says it's not going to make it 1st and 20. It just takes the 10. It just makes it 10 yards deeper. So instead of being at the 40, they're going to be at the 30. And we're underway. And it looks like Tomu is going to be sacked. Yeah, he's going to be sacked for a few yards. We're going to have a 2nd down. Not looking good for Jordan Tomu. Not looking good whatsoever. We'll have to see what happens with him throughout the remainder of this game, if he can get his mojo back. Well, Darrell's still live right now, so we'll see. I don't know if he'll be joining us during the 3rd quarter. We'll have to see. It'll probably be the 4th quarter. I just have a little update for you guys as far as starting this 2nd half out. 11:49 on the clock. Everything is good. Goes to 3rd down. But definitely, if you guys love wrestling action, go check out my guy Darrell on Legacy Maker Sports Network. Just like our guy Corey Mann over here on SIRTOBA Media, they have great wrestling shows over there between Legacy Maker and then the one that Corey has here. So if you want to get caught up before WrestleMania, go check out their podcast over there. You got to love wrestling. What it's all about out here. The Knights. Got to check out the Knights on Legacy Maker Sports Network. But yes, right here, we finally have a first down based on the play by Jordan Ta'amu. Kind of getting some resurgence back there on a slants play that he threw earlier. That was from on the left side that he threw it, and it was completed. The last time he threw a slants play like that, it was intercepted. So I was kind of concerned to see that earlier, and then to see it again. But now we have a run by number 4, going to be out to the 38-yard line. It's going to be another first down. Looking great out here, man. I swear. When it comes to the running attack right there, looking absolutely great. But as I was saying, guys, earlier, when it comes to wrestling, you can check out The Grind by Corey Mann, as well as for Darrell, you can check out The Exclusive Nights podcast over there on Legacy Maker Sports Network. 1st and 10. But The Grind you will normally see on Saturdays. And this week, I will actually be on there with Corey talking wrestling, so I'm looking forward to that. Always honor, joy, and privilege to get up there with my man, Corey Mann. So one a little bit ahead on the clock, so let me get us straight there now. We should be spot on. It's 2nd down. And as I was talking wrestling and having a little bit of a ramble for a second, I didn't keep track of the downs, so my apologies for that. Sick, great comments too. I'm going to address those here in just a moment. The mojo affected me. It's like took away my mojo there for a second. Because the way this game is going, I mean, you know, between these two teams and then this league. And it's an interception on 2nd and 14 from Ta'amu. Is that Darby? No, it's not Darby. It's number 3 on the St. Louis Battlehawks that has the interception. That's Chris Payton-Jones with the interception. 9:20 is on the clock for the Battlehawks here in the first quarter. And they now have the opportunity with that return and in field goal range to at least bring it to within a field goal, 18-15, or they can take the lead potentially when they score a touchdown and then with a successful extra point, whether it's a 2 or a 3 or a 1 extra point. Because they're already in field goal range right now with that. That's absolutely wild. Absolutely wild, man. I'm at a loss for words when it comes to these turnovers today for both of these teams. Ta'amu is now throwing his 2nd interception. He had 2 touchdowns before. He was starting to gain some ground with his QBR, but he throws his 2nd interception of the day. And now you have Wilkins on the other side who's throwing an interception. 3 interceptions and a fumble between both teams. Fox is going to take a commercial break, and so are we. See you here on the other side of this commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side, commanders.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers?
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
The commercial break is over as we are back. Battlehawks with the ball around midfield. Take it up a few yards. Looks like we're going to have a second down. But damage could be done here for the defenders. That turnover could be absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. There's a face on the screen that we hadn't seen in a while. Former NFL quarterback. Seneca Wallace is actually the quarterback's coach for the St. Louis Battlehawks. It's on the screen talking right now about his team. 2nd and 7. Handoff to Sailors number 15. It's going to be 3rd down. Didn't really get much on that play, if he got anything at all. Had to make an adjustment to the time right there. I think I got it all set and correct on that one. See your comments out there, Sig Diggy. I will get you out there in a second as far as your comments to the forefront. 3rd and 7. Now after that handoff, because he got no positive yardage on that handoff, Wilkins drops back. Pass completed to number 1 Pearson, his main wide receiver target. And it's going to be not enough for a first down. It's going to be 4th down, I'd say, in 2. Maybe 3. It's not official yet. I'm going to leave it at 3. Yep, that was a good guess. 4th and 3 is what we've got. And the Battlehawks are going to punt it away. Battlehawks punting it away, man. This is tough. This is tough when you have this type of production from a team that has had the hype that they have had. I like the defenders personally, so I'm not mad at it. But I'm just saying out there for the St. Louis Battlehawks, who are like the number 1 team of the league. As far as clout, you got to look at them as like the New York Yankees, Boston Red Sox of the UFL. Or, I can't really say that because those are teams that have won championships. They're like the Minnesota Vikings of the NFL, where they've got a lot of hype. Oh, wait, hang on. They're going to be able to kick this away. Rodrigo Blankenship is a 56-yard field goal attempt, and it is good. Blankenship with the 56-yard field goal. There's 7:33 on the clock as a result. Let me go ahead and adjust the time, but 7:33 on the clock, and you have a field goal by Rodrigo Blankenship takes this to an 18-15 game. Battlehawks are back in it with a 56-yard field goal from the man with goggles, Rodrigo Blankenship. There's 18-15 score, with 7:33 left in the 3rd quarter. See what happens from here. The Battlehawks, they scored this unit. They got it in there on 4th and 3. They took that ball and they got it through the uprights, and everything is now good for them as far as only being down by a field goal. I got a feeling that we could see something very similar to what we saw Friday night, where the Renegades were leading most of the game and they messed around for too long. And they didn't score during the opportunities when they should have. And they messed around and they found out. And Ta'amu's interception right there could be absolutely devastating for the duration of this game, because they were in field goal range when he threw that interception. So from me to you to I, I'm a little concerned right here and now. For the DC Defenders, the momentum may as well have just shifted. Altogether. It really, really could have. For those of you watching this between X, YouTube, and Twitch. And I found out during halftime as well, I forgot to bring this up during that extended commercial break, that for some reason X's comments are not synced up with this. So I didn't get a chance to actually see if there were comments on X yet, but I will by the post-game show. So if you have comments and you're commenting during the live stream on X, I'll bring them up at the end. But we now have the kickoff to the Defenders, who return it to the 34-yard line, and the Defenders will have the ball, as a result of that kickoff. So 18-15 is our score. In week 1, the Defenders won 18-11 over the Stallions. And then last week against the Showboats, they definitely beat them down too. That's how they got the 2-0 or 2-0 record. They beat them 17-12. It was a close one. And now you have this game where you've been leading for the entirety of the game, and you got an 18-15 score. I mean, I bring this up because, they were close games the first couple of weeks. This could be a close game by the end of this one, where we still have a quarter and a half left to go. A handoff, number 4. He's going to be pummeled backwards. Number 51 of the defense does the damage and literally makes him his expletive. That's the nicest way I can really say it. I don't know how it goes with the forward progress here or not. He was definitely behind the line of scrimmage when he was hit. And they're showing that they got the cams inside the chest here in XFL. So you'll be able to see it during the highlights sick, but it was kind of cool to watch him get tackled like that. He loses 5 yards on that play. 2nd and 15. Handoff to number 4. He's going to go up for about 13 yards or so. It's going to be a 3rd and 15 or a 2nd and 15. No, it was 2nd and 15 then. So now it's 3rd and 2, I would say, as a result of that run. 3rd and 1. They gave him 14 yards on that play. Clock continues to run, as there have been running plays, which will make it what it is. 3rd and 1 on this play. And with the handoff to number 4 again, they get the first down. So we now have a 1st and 10. Tom is going to be in the shotgun. Team's going to be up at about midfield, maybe 49 on their own. I couldn't tell the way the camera angle was because it was behind him. And Ta'amu is going to have an incomplete pass. Clock is going to stop at 5:45. We'll have a 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 for the DC Defenders. Clock has now decided to run again because the guy upstairs decided to click the button. Second and 10. Here we are. 5:21 on the clock. In a run by number 25 of the DC Defenders. That being old Mr. Jackson. Deion Jackson himself. What a run right there for the first down. It's going to take it to about the 25-yard line. Mr. Jackson. Time is right on that one. And number 14 takes the catch on this one for the defenders. Number 14 himself being Cornell Powell. We're going to have another first down. This time it's going to be first and goal for the defenders. They've got the momentum back in their favor. Tamu now on first down is going to roll out. Incomplete pass. And we're going to have a flag on the play. So a flag, and the clock stops at 4:29. And it looks like we have 12 men on the field. This happened again. We talked about this Friday night. This is another time where the defense messed it up for themselves and giving extra yards to the other team. Sick Diggy, you remember this. You were here the other night. We're talking about how, and it was first and goal when they just did that. So now you're going to have another first down. It's going to be like half the distance to the goal. Yeah, you're going to be first and 5 pretty much. You know, first and goal on the 5-yard line. They hand it off to number 4 once again. And he's going to be tackled for a loss. I need to adjust the clock to reflect where it's at here. But there's going to be a second down. Second down is number 4 himself. I got to remember his name. Just keep calling him number 4, like this is Tecmo Bowl. Number 4, Abram Smith. Ran the ball off, and he was tackled for a loss. (18-15), our score right here and now. Oh, well, the clock stopped because of, I guess, when he stopped and sat there for a minute. His injury. I wouldn't say injury, but they took like an injury time. Either they didn't charge it to the offense of the defenders, because both teams still have 3 timeouts and 1 challenge. Second down, second and goal, 4:05. Clock is now starting because they're lined up. Tamu throws it just over the head of his receiver, number 19. Incomplete pass, and we now have a second down. Man, that would have been a nice touchdown had he converted on that one. Number 19, Ty Scott, who had that big 62-yard touchdown earlier today with their first score of the game. Tamu drops back. Third and goal. Incomplete pass intended for Roland. It's going to be 3:20 on the clock. 4th and goal. It's going to force the defenders to make a decision here. It's less than 10 yards to the score. Do you go for it on 4th down, or do you kick the field goal? I would say kick the field goal, and it looks like that's what they're going to do anyway. But Matt McCrane's kicked 2 field goals out of 2 attempts today, 30-yard field goal and a 42-yard field goal he has made. This is a 27-yard field goal attempt. Kick is up. It is no good. Wow. Momentum shifts back to the Battlehawks after that on the missed field goal attempt by the DC defenders. The Battlehawks are going to have kind of bad field positioning. It's going to be inside the 10-yard line on their own side with that. But they get the ball back. About 90 yards to go with the missed field goal attempt. There's 2:46 on the clock. They're going to a commercial break, and so are we. Battlehawks get the chance to take the lead with this next possession.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be read right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commanders Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers? Right side. Commanders. Where my soldiers? Left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commanders Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be read right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commanders Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers? Right side. Commanders. Where my soldiers? Left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and
Total Football Talk Extra.
Welcome back. They're back, so are we. With the commercial break over, we now return with the Battlehawks in possession. 2:46 on the clock, first down, as they adjusted the time out there. Once again, that guy upstairs keeps messing up with the time. For me, it's messing with me a little bit. But hey, let me go ahead and adjust it to what it says here on the screens. We got second down as a result of that play, coming back from the commercial break. Fox took an extended commercial break a little bit there, so I just kind of let it loop-de-loop on ours to give myself a little bit of a stretch moment. Move around. It's Sunday fun day. Got a couple things I gotta do after the stream, but figure I would knock this out with you guys today. 2nd and 11 on the clock. Wilkins dumps it out to number 87. They're going to be about 5 yards short of the first down, but they're out at about the 30-yard line. Doing damage out here. Go ahead and adjust that. Third down. Our clock is correct. Not much time left here in the third quarter. We're going to be joined by Darrell Owens during the fourth quarter. So help me out with some color commentary, so that way there's not some dead silence at points throughout the broadcast. Doing the best I can, ladies and gentlemen. It's like a 3-hour show, 3-hour live play-by-play. First down. We're gonna have a first down, and he goes out of bounds. 1:20 on the clock. Wilkins drops back and throws the pass outside, rolling out to his right. Number 84. Got to look him up and see who he is. Number 84 of the Battlehawks we have here. I believe he's a tight end. Jake Sutherland, yes. He's a tight end, but he helps get the first down on that. I'm going to go ahead and reset it here and reset it there. We have a player down for the DC Defenders. Unfortunately, can't tell who it is because the trainer is kind of hovering over him. It looks like it's the cornerback, number 1, Bryce Thompson. 1:20 on the clock, 1st and 10. Melvin's in the house, says, good afternoon, all. And Sick, I'm going to get to your comments here in a second, as he even says good afternoon, evening to Melvin Turismo. These illegal men on the field penalties are really getting annoying. Yes. Yes, they are. They really are. Between Friday and today, yes. And things could things could change come the fourth quarter, I guess. With the penalties and the turnovers aren't so bad, aren't so bad so far, but things could change after the half. Really hasn't. With what Tamu did. CPJ, yes. And it looks like they're going to dump it off to number 15, Sailors of the offense, the running back. Clock is going to run down to about the 50s now. It's going to be second down for him. And it was a pitch out to the right. He was tackled for a loss. Just not quite sure how much of a loss that was. I'm going to say at least 3 yards. No, it was 6. On the 31-yard line. 2nd and 16. Incomplete pass with 25 seconds on the clock. 3rd and 16. Clock is now going to resume. We are down to 12 seconds. Clock continues to run on 3rd and 16. What do you do here? It looks like they're going to let it go out. Now in the fourth quarter, time is reset. 15 minutes are on. It's 3rd and 16 for the Defenders when we return from this commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central. On the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers? Right side. Commanders. Where my soldiers? Left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome. SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
They're back, and so are we when it comes to back from commercial break. The fourth quarter has now started, and myself, are back, and I have a special guest to help me out with some color commentary action. You've seen him here on my platforms before, and you've seen the work we've done together before. Give it up for the man, myth, and legend, Mr. Darrell Owens. Welcome back there, brother.
Hey, what's up, Drew? How you doing, brother?
Hey, I can't complain. I can still see you. I'm trying to get you where it had. There we go.
There we go.
See both right here. Now it's now fourth down as a result of that misplay right there. But welcome back to the platform there, brother. Glad to have you here for some play-by-play action.
Yeah, man. Look, glad to be with you. Talk a little defenders. Can't go wrong there. They've had a pretty decent start to the season so far.
Yes, they have. And the momentum's been shifting back and forth for these teams in this game. The battle of the undefeateds today in St. Louis, as they also announced earlier some big news that the UFL championship will be held in St. Louis this year in 2025, which is a great move because you think about the fan base for St. Louis and the popularity there within St. Louis for having a professional football team there. The crowd's going to be massive. What are your thoughts with that big announcement that was made during halftime?
It's the right move. I mean, I think the only other place you probably could have went is D.C., but I don't think D.C. has a big enough stadium for that right now. But they have probably one of the best fan bases. But being in St. Louis is probably the best move, man. It's going to be energetic. It's going to be very exciting in there. And they're probably one of the top two UFL franchises right now.
Absolutely. And, with their fan base in general, in comparison to other sports leagues that don't have a big fan base in comparison as a whole, it's a dramatic difference between their fan base and what the teams of, the other 7 teams around them. And, it would be nice to see at some point them expand to have more teams in this league. But right now with this economy, it might be a little tough, being able to afford additional teams, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but,
just a little bit. Just a
little bit out here. But, the DC Defenders, they get they have the ball now. They have the opportunity after receiving the punt from the Battlehawks on the last drive to actually do some damage here. It's first down. The clock is moving, and it looks like they're not going to get the first down on that one, especially. But what are your thoughts as a whole from what you saw last year? Up front, you were there. You were doing photography and stuff and doing things you've done in sports in general. But you've seen the DC Defenders up front and personal. What are your thoughts as far as the change at head coach with Reggie Barlow going to Tennessee State?
That was a little bit of a tough one. I didn't see it coming. But I don't think they saw it coming either. Barlow has been a really good coach for a long time. He started off at Virginia State. I know he done other spots as well. Former Jacksonville Jaguar, former Tampa Bay Buccaneer. But what I think he did is he helped bring kind of the initial swag there for the Defenders. And, they got the great former NFL DC and Greg Williams, who has, done a really good job with defenses there. I really am excited to see what this next wave will be for the DC Defenders. I think they'll be fine, though. Obviously, they're playing well right now. They're playing better than they did last year. Last year, when I went to a game, I went to the game when they took on the Battlehawks, and the Battlehawks just they ran through them in that matchup, but they've always had good competitive matchups. So I'm not surprised that they're having a battle today.
And today it definitely is. It was a 2nd and 10. Ta'amu dropped back, threw a little slants pass, and it looks like they potentially be fumbled and turned back over to the Battlehawks. That would be huge because, you know, the Battlehawks were turning the ball over crazy in the first half. Now it's shifted to where the defenders have done the same with this one, if this actually stands as a turnover. But it looks like it's going to be 3rd and 10. Number 19 was down by, he hit the ground and he fumbled it out right there. So yeah, he almost, that would have been bad had he fumbled it away, but the defenders still have the ball and still have a chance to tack on more to their lead right here. 18-15, our score being this and what it is right now. But 3rd down, it is.
Yeah, it definitely looked like he was down. It looked like he just barely got touched, but he looked like the ball may have popped out at the end there. So, you know, if that's the case, he definitely got lucky there because, look, this St. Louis team is always going to be in the mix. They're always going to be in. They're tough, they're physical, and they get that from their head coach, Anthony Beck.
And Dean Blandino, the master guy up there in the command center, who's always checking out. Yeah, he's always checking him out. The VP of the officiating, he does not overturn this. They looked at it, and he did not overturn it. So it will be 3rd and 10 for the defenders here, up about midfield. Ta'amu drops back to about the 40, slings it out, but it's going to be incomplete. We're going to have a 4th and 10 right here. What do you do with 4th and 10 if you're in midfield this close? Do you punt it away?
I think you punt it away. I mean, you still got a 3-point lead. Your defense is solid, you know, and the way the game is going, yes, the Battlehawks have gained a lot more momentum here, you know, from that point. But yes, I would punt the ball away, trust your defense, keep things going from there.
It appears that they are going to be doing that, as it would be the smart move to do because things have not worked out in their favor here in this second half. Battlehawks started the second half off with the kick and did a little bit better of a job as far as getting it into the field goal range and getting that field goal rather than what the defenders did starting out the game when they actually punted it away on their first drive. But Wilkins coming back out to start this out with 11:08 on the clock. You got to take a look at what he did so far in this game, the Battlehawks. He's got 12 of 22 completions of passes out of attempts, 54.5 completion percentage, 98 passing yards. There's 1 touchdown and 1 interception for a QBR of 62.3 in comparison to Jordan Ta'amu, who's 14 of 33 with 42.4% completion percentage, 192 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 2 interceptions, a QBR of 56.6. Both of these quarterbacks, when it comes to talking about them today, are doing this to me. Because they're playing terribly when it comes to as a whole.
Well, you know, it's funny because, like, you know, last year the Battlehawks had AJ McCarron and he decided to, you know, step away. A lot of people weren't thrilled that Manny Wilkins was taking over in St. Louis. I think they were hoping that it may be somebody else, but he had already been there. He knows the office. So it's a smart move to keep the guy that kind of knows how things work there. So them kind of, you know, them kind of, you know, maybe not thrilled about his performance because there's been fans that are still like, I'm not 100% sure about Wilkins. They're just not sure about him. Now, Ta'amu on the other side, he's obviously more of a running quarterback. You know, he's more of a mobile quarterback. He's a game manager. You're not going to see him, you know, go crazy and throw for 300 yards. He usually will, most of the majority of the time, take care of the football. But they are run heavy, and that's a lot to do with what you know, their former head coach had to do. He ran the ball a lot when he was at Virginia State. He's run the ball a lot with the DC Defenders. That's why you see Smith being as great as he is at the running back position. Him coming back after going to the Vikings for their practice squad for a lot of the year and then coming back. So they're going to run the ball. But Jordan Ta'amu is going to do exactly what he needs to do, and that's just manage the game. He's just going to manage the game.
I was muted. My bad. My apologies.
Look, I was trying to do the sim. I was like,
I saw it at the corner, and I was like, man, I muted because I didn't want to I had a cough. I didn't want to cough in there while you were talking. So you know how it is.
I understand.
But with the UFL in comparison, it's been wild to see how things have evolved. But the one thing that's a constant is Jordan Ta'amu is still, bringing that leadership to the team, which is why they're 2-0 right now. I mean, he's kind of had a struggle in this game, but it's against a good team. I can't throw but so much shade at him for that. But the one team has really surprised me that is 0-3 this year is the San Antonio Brahmas right here as a result of this loss earlier today, as they lost 26-23 to the Panthers, who are now 2-1. And then, of course, we had the game from last night, the Dumpster Pelican game of the week between the Roughnecks and the Showboats. And in the game that really threw me for a loop when I was broadcasting it live with the play-by-play Friday night, when the Renegades messed around and found out with leading the game for most of it, and then lost it to the Stallions on the last drive of the game. With the flow of the league, what are your thoughts with the way that things have changed from last year to this year between the good teams and now bad?
I mean, it's still kind of early, kind of to develop how things will go. We know that last year, I was at Birmingham had a really good year, and the way they played last year was phenomenal, and they definitely brought a different energy last year. So I think people are kind of catching up with them now. The Renegades, who won the championship 2 years ago, and when it was the XFL, a lot of people were surprised that they beat the Defenders in that championship game. So I feel like you can kind of see like the teams are starting to figure themselves out a little bit, and things are kind of going, in the right direction. What I will say is I'm very hyped to see my guy Bryce Perkins, former UVA guy down there with the Panthers. So that part, it makes me I'm very excited for him, man. He's a really good guy.
Bryce Perkins definitely has been, making a difference for them. But we saw two big plays there, which would got him to 2nd and 2 on this one. But Jordan Sailors takes this on a little dump pass and runs for a first down and more, which could have set up a nice scoring drive for them potentially if they can continue to build on this, as they are almost in field goal range already on this 1st and 10.
Yeah, that's a great job by St. Louis. And they're not doing anything they're being smart. They're not going to try to, beat you down the field or throw the ball down the field. The little dinks and dunks are working right now. And if the DC Defenders can't stop it, why stop doing something that's working well?
Absolutely. Just to bring this up to give you guys an update right here, it is 2nd down as a result of the most recent play, and it's the clock and everything is correct, but Wilkins is back in the shotgun, scrambles out to about the 40. He's going to be pushed out of bounds at about the 38-yard line. It was 2nd and 6 before that. There's one thing I got to say, Darrell, and I want to ask you about this. What are your thoughts overall when it comes to how they start and stop the clock in the UFL? I'm not a big fan of it, about how it's like a guy up there randomly decides when he's going to click the button. It's hard for me to do this. If I was doing an NFL play-by-play, this wouldn't be tough. But see, now I got to even go back as you're watching with me in real time, and you're still back here, talking with me and everything. I just bring it up to have this so they can see the board. But it's 3rd and 6, but it's like I got to click so many damn buttons right now.
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah, it's because the guy messed me up with the time. Wilkins drops back, throws it on 3rd and 6. It's intercepted by number 23 of the defense of the Defenders over here. And what he did, quarterback Willie Drew out of VSU.
Hey, Virginia State in the building.
Here, but there's a flag. Willie Drew from VSU. Man, I tell you what. Big play by Willie Drew on that one, but we have a flag. And what is it? What were your thoughts on that interception, though?
Willie Drew was highly touted. Like, he was really, people were looking at him on the NFL level. I know at one point the Commanders had brought him in, trying to see if he would, try to see if they could, they brought him in on one of the local talent pro days. And they brought him in initially during the 90-day part of their session last year. So A lot of people liked him, and I think if he can shine at this level, he may get a shot at the NFL.
And on the return of the interception, oh wait, no, it was before Willie Drew's interception.
Oh no.
There was an unnecessary roughness call on number 50. It was as Wilkins was throwing it, he took the shot by number 50. This is going to get called back.
Oh, that's a tough blow right there. And those are tough ones. You like losing when you get an interception like that, and the momentum is just like, yeah, let's go, baby, let's go. I know all the fans in St. Louis are taking a nice sigh of relief right now because it's like, okay, all right, we got another shot at it, but. Those are tough ones, as a defense, because now you got to try to come back with the mindset, all right, let's keep it going. But when your momentum is taken away like that, can they keep it up after that? That's going to be critical for the DC defenders.
And that's a huge blow for. I got to switch it back now to the Battlehawks. It's a huge blow. Oh wait, no, actually, it's unnecessary roughness, but they're gonna let the defenders keep the ball.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge.
It might be because of since he had already thrown it. They're gonna. I think in the NFL that would have been overturned, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think they probably would have let that fly in the NFL. Or that definitely would have been overturned in the NFL. I'm a little surprised here that they're letting them keep the football.
Yeah, because he was during the throw of the interception. Normally, you throw an interception, there's an unnecessary roughness call. It goes back to the team that threw the interception, literally. Like
exactly.
That's what kind of threw me off. Like I was like, yeah, but Willie Drew still keeps the interception. That's good for him and for his journey that he's trying to carve his path in professional football. As 7:52. As far as the time is on the clock, let me go ahead and adjust that really quick. But
he might be your new favorite player, Drew. Willie Drew. I mean, come on, man. Like, hey, come on, man. He wants Willie Bucks, so just throw him in there. Come on. That's what I'm talking about.
I've seen. I like it. There it is. We got a new Willie Bucks segment for the commercial. I got to bring that back into the fold. At least for this, I don't have it in the fold for the clip here, but
gotcha.
But for the other programs, yes, you just gave me an idea. I might be able to have another clip.
We in there, brother.
But Jordan Ta'amu drops back. It's already 3rd and 6. And number 88 catches that for a first down. This is going to be one of their tight ends. It's going to be Briley Moore McKinney from Kansas State. Catches that. It's going to be about a 20-yard catch and first down. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a big play right there. And that's the other thing about Ta'amu. Like he will make great plays like that from time to time. We saw the bomb earlier in the game. He's got the arm to do great things. Like he's a former Battlehawk. He started off when the XFL came around the second time around in that first year. He was a huge part of that team initially. So when he came to DC knew that they wanted him there because he knew how to handle things. He's got a great arm. It's just that he is more of a he's more of a running QB. Like he will move the ball a little bit, and it's just the way it works out. He's a great game manager. I won't take anything away from him.
Yeah, he definitely is. And during that, we had a couple plays. Ta'amu just took a shot. It's 3rd and 6 on that incomplete pass, but the clock continues to move. We're at 6:05 here on the clock. But 3rd and 6, I have a feeling here. If you do not score, if you're the defenders, which I've had the flag up here for a minute. If you're the defenders and you don't score here with this little time left in the game, I feel like you're going to regret it.
Yeah, I think. Look, these games, these contests, if you can go back and just look at the games throughout the weekend that you were showing the scores earlier, tight games, 9-10, stuff like that. The UFL games have always been really competitive, from last year on to this year. So they're going to fight. And this matchup is always a battle. If there's a rivalry in the league, this is definitely one of those big rivalries because it goes beyond the UFL up into the XFL. They got to score here. You want to extend that league. You don't want to give the Battlehawks any chance to try to come back and win this game.
You really don't. I mean, we look at how football, the spring football itself, it's back as a whole. We got all these teams in the league here to do damage to one another. And we've seen, the resurgence of the Battlehawks as a whole being still a really great franchise within the UFL. You got the Defenders who are still keeping up their own on what they're doing as a great franchise in the UFL. But let's take a look at some of these other teams that are playing in this week that we have, from this past week. These two teams are today, but we've got the Renegades and the Stallions here, with what they did, even though it was kind of lackluster, the score, it was because there were two teams and two defenses facing off against one another. But the Roughnecks and the Showboats are still continuously two dumpster Pelican teams. What are your thoughts on what they have to do in order to turn this thing around and actually become a respectable, formidable team in the UFL?
Yeah, I think that they still have time to kind of turn it around a little bit. I mean, here's the thing. It's still early in the season, and I think a lot of these teams are still trying to kind of find their way and find their rhythm, find their groove. The Showboats, 0-3 start in this league, especially with it being such a short schedule. You don't want to get too far in the hole. You just don't want that to happen. And they're in danger of falling next week, falling back 0-4. And that's going to put them in a really deep hole trying to get out of it. So hopefully they can find a way to kind of push through and make those things happen for them. But they do not. They got to do whatever it takes to not go 0-4 next week.
Between them and the Brahmas, you got two teams that
the Brahmas as well. Yeah,
could still go a whole month without a win, and they've got each team has bye weeks coming up. It's not far out. We have a short season as far as the amount of weeks. It's 3 months that you have and two bye weeks, but every single game counts.
It really does.
If you are 0-3. You're more than likely not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw what the Renegades did, a couple of years ago, and they were able to come back and win, but it doesn't happen that often. In the Brahmas, 0-3, dead last in the XFL conference, as well as the Roughnecks. It's not looking good for them to start this year out.
Yeah, I mean, you going down 0-3 is you want to say a death sentence in this league, but it is when it's 10 games. It's almost like you say you want to be perfect, but you almost have to be perfect or close, or you got to keep yourself in the range. You got to keep yourself in fight mode. So maybe if you're like halfway through and you're 3-3, or you want to be in the middle in that mix. You don't want to be too far out because you don't have enough games to try to make a comeback. So you don't want to go to 0-4. You want to be able to keep it rolling, man. You just don't want to fall too far back in this league.
Tamu rolls out just now. We finally are back from commercial break. Rolls out, gets a completed pass for a first down, and Jaden Mickens out of Washington. Looks like they're going to convert on that 3rd and 6 and get closer into scoring. That's good on the Defenders because, like I was telling you, they don't score. I feel like the Battlehawks are going to take advantage of it and make them pay.
Yeah, but it needs to be a touchdown. No field goals. I don't think you don't want to give them the opportunity to score because just the way this rivalry has gone, I feel like they will score. So score the touchdown, take the big lead, and with the time that's left on the clock, they should be able to pull off the victory.
Hopefully so, because this has been another good one to call between the past couple days. Picking the one I did Friday, I was not doing the Dumpster Pelican Bowl yesterday. I was like, I have better
come
things
on, man, Dumpster Pelican Bowl.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not doing it. Not on Saturday. I was like, but if I'm gonna make a sacrifice and do a second one of the weekend, it was at least gonna be this one because it was a good game. I was like,
yeah.
And next weekend with it being WrestleMania, I don't know if I'm gonna even take the time to do a play-by-play.
WrestleMania weekend.
Sorry.
Yeah, WrestleMania weekend is different, y'all. So my daughter's got track meet next week, so I got it between track meet and WrestleMania. I'm going to be on the move next weekend. It's going to be busy.
So with those, I meant to ask because I've been seeing like the track shots that she posted recently on there on Instagram. Have you been taking those photos?
So actually, my wife took those last week. I did not. I haven't had it. This will be my first time going to actually see her in college running. So I, between the NFL season and just trying to catch up, I haven't had a chance to go to any meets. And I promised her I was coming to this one because it's their first and only home track meet. So I'm definitely going to be at this one. I'm going to try to do some more now that, things have kind of slowed up a little bit. But before you know it, NFL draft will be here, and then OTAs, and we're right back at it. So I gotta make sure we sneak in there. Gotta sneak in there and get a couple of track meets in.
Well, she'll be happy to see you, and
yeah,
definitely making the drive to come up there, and that's awesome, man. But it makes you feel old when you already got a kid in college.
Oh my God, with one in waiting. That's the other part. I got one right behind her waiting to also partake in. My wallets are like, no.
Oh man, second down. Got back from the commercial. Got 4.5 minutes left in this game. Like Darrell said, just a little while ago, like defenders got to get a touchdown here. You cannot continue to mess around here. You've done enough of that with what the defenders have done. Tamu with those 2 interceptions does have 2 touchdowns, but still a QBR of 62.3 at this point in the game. It's 2nd and 5. Tamu drops back, airs it out to the end zone. It's going to be incomplete to number 87, the tight end, Ben Bresnahan. But there is a flag. There's a mother, father, and flag, Darrell. What are we going to see?
Oh, boy.
And it comes in late, too. That's the weird part about it.
I've always loved the Battlehawks helmet. I'm a big fan of the Battlehawks helmet. Love the defender's helmet with the camouflage in there. Can't go wrong there.
Pass interference on the defense by number 23. Good old Lucas Dennis.
That's great news right there. Great news right there for the defenders, and they can punch this in.
I kind of want them to score a touchdown so you can see the little thing that pops up when I click the touchdown. But I think I did put it in a reel recently or whatnot. But
yeah,
you go ahead and put it on me just so it's ready. Just so it's ready.
Got to load it up, baby. Got to load it up.
Actually, no, I'll click that button before I click the other button. There's just making an extra button to click. But a handoff to number 4, runs it up the gut. It's down to the 2-yard line's not going to cross. But that was a great effort by Abram Smith. Good old honest Abe's to the 2-yard line.
Yeah, look, Smith's a very talented back. That first year the defenders were back in the XFL. He was just dominant. They had such a great running game. They started the season off like 9, and I think they were 9-0 to start the season before they ended up losing, or either 8-0. And then he was just such a big piece of that puzzle. So them having him back this year is so huge for them.
That was around the birth of the beer snake.
Yes, the beer snake. Hey man, look, you know how many times I had to watch out for lemons because you be sitting on the field and here comes a lemon like full speed. I'm like, yo, why are they throwing lemons on the field? Who's gonna stop this? And it took a while before the league really started to like buckle down on it. I'm like, hey, they're throwing lemons out here.
I remember you telling me about that. That was
what about our safety? And so whenever there was a bad call, I'm like, nope. I start turning around because I'm not getting hit by no lemon. I'm not getting hit by a lemon. I'm gonna pay attention just a little bit.
He'll pay me enough for this.
That's what I'm saying, man. I'm not trying to get taken out by a lemon.
Oh, it was an incomplete pass that bounced up in the air. The receiver then catches it. Pal number 14 catches it for the touchdown. The defenders add to their lead that we have right here now. It's 24-15.
There it is.
And I got to take the flag away. I just messed it up. We cannot have that on this call right here. After the 18-15 touchdown it is. We have a touchdown right here for the defenders. It now goes to 24-15, 11 plays, 82 yards on that drive.
Great drive by DC. I mean, and there's 2 parts of that. They killed the clock, which they've done beautifully. And now they've taken the lead. They've got a 9-point lead. And in the UFL, there's still a chance there. But it does because you got the 3-point conversion. So there's still a chance for the Battlehawks to tie. But this is why they needed to score this touchdown. Now, this extra point situation here, the conversion point, is huge. It is absolutely huge. They got to get it. If they don't get it, the Battlehawks have a good chance here to try to tie this thing up.
And when it comes to, the extra point attempt and getting it in, unfortunately, they didn't make it happen. So we're not going to see
boy.
that happen. They tried the 1-point conversion, and they got this.
Who's giving them the business?
Because they missed it. So you got a 9-point lead still. You're still at the worst, they tie it up. You know, at the worst, they tie it up with 2:21 on the clock. You know, we still have the 2-minute warning. DC has used 2 of their timeouts already. I got to adjust that. But, you know, the Battlehawks still have all 3 of theirs, I believe. So the Battlehawks having all 3 of theirs. As long as they don't turn the ball over, they can tie this thing up, and we could see an overtime game. That would be cool for the first play-by-play for me to have as an overtime, especially with the first one I've had with a guest. So that's awesome. We'll have to see what happens right here and now.
Well, we'll see, man. I'm excited to see this last drive, but this is what makes the UFL great. I mean, you know, you would never get this in the NFL. 9-point lead is almost a death sentence in the NFL. So not here though. So in the UFL, you got a chance here to still make something happen.
2:21 on the clock. This week 3 game, it's been dramatic at certain points throughout. And it's definitely dramatic right there when you miss that extra point attempt. 24-15 game. I think the only way we can really top what we've seen as far as craziness is if we see a game go into overtime. But I've wanted to see it, and I haven't seen it. So every time I want to see it, I haven't seen it. So I'm going to go ahead and say I don't want to see it.
And then maybe it happens. And maybe it happens.
But here and now, because they are down, they get the ball on the 30 as a result of the kickoff, and Sailors takes it on a reception. I'd say he gets about 5 or 6 yards as a result of that catch. Clock is moving, and I think that's going to be the last play. He only gets 2 yards on that. I think that's going to be the last play before the 2-minute warning. As he gets it off. It was 2nd and 6. My apologies. I read that wrong. Gets it off the Sailors again. Looks like he improved to get it halfway to the first down marker, as it's now 3rd and 3. The clock stops at 1:53 for the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, they got to be real smart on this drive. No dangerous passes, and we saw that on that last drive. And that's what helped Willie Drew, my man Willie Drew, Virginia State. You know, that's right. That's the funny part about it. Right around your neck of the woods. So Willie Drew goes and gets a big interception, and they can't have that. And I think that's why a lot of the St. Louis fans are not so pumped about having Wilkins at quarterback. It's he's more of a running guy, kind of like Tiamu, but it's just there's nothing there that impresses them. And so this is a good chance for him to try to, change a lot of St. Louis fans' mind.
Absolutely. Yeah, when you look at Willie Drew is from this area, and that's why I know him, because of there's a guy that I played in the baseball league with that they both are from Smithfield. So and I would see him post a lot of stuff on Facebook when he was in high school, and then throughout when he was at VSU. That's the first reason why I even know him. And then he was sharing the stuff when, like, he was actually going to the combine, because he went to the combine last year and tried to make his way. He went undrafted, but the Carolina Panthers picked him up, and he was on their off-season practice squad. But he couldn't quite make it, but he is still part of the practice squad as far as the DC Defenders, but moved up to where he's playing in a game, and now he is making an impact with that interception. And without that interception, this DC Defenders team isn't up by 9 points right now.
It's a whole different ball game, because, the way St. Louis was starting to drive, and they were definitely in position to score the way they were moving. So that's what I'm saying. It was a big mistake by Wilkins, because they were dinking and dunking, and it was working. And then when they tried to go a little bit further out, it just didn't go their way. So, yeah, I think on this drive, you still dink and dunk a little bit. I think you still kind of did that to get comfortable, but you got to make the right play and make the right play when you're trying to eventually take that shot down the field.
Absolutely. You know, with this Total Football Talk Extra, I'll even click it for you.
Total Football Talk Extra.
It has definitely been a good weekend to pick a double game play-by-play, as far as like 2 games for me to call, because I was afraid. This game, at the start of it, the way that this was looking in the first quarter, it was looking very bad because you already had the fumble and the interception by Wilkins, who had those first 2 turnovers for his team. It looked like it was about to be a blowout. And now, inside the 2-minute warning has passed. 1:53 on the clock. The Battlehawks have to score here or it is over. And they have had some do-or-die spots throughout this game. But that last drive by the defenders was huge because it was 11 plays for 82 yards, and it took 6 minutes and 16 seconds off the clock. So the DC defenders did their job today. And, at the end of this, when we're done with the game, I do want to have like a end the game, like a Snowflake of the Week and Grand Champ of the Week. And you could pick, you can even pick somebody from another game if you want to. But I would just say, just because you've been calling this one with me, if you see anybody, you can pick them just from this. Or even if you want to pick somebody from the NFL. If you want to go all out, talk about somebody from the NBA, like
Hey.
I'm not going to be mad at it. I'm not going to be mad, brother.
I'm not picking the king. I actually do have somebody from the NBA if that's the case, though. But it wouldn't be the king. Oh my God, the king that's classic.
1st and 10. We have now. It's the clock has just been reset to 1:46. It was showing what I had on the screen, and I just reflected it back to it. But Wilkins drops back. They got about 60 yards going, and it's intercepted.
Wow!
It's another interception is thrown. Wow. By number 26 of the defense. It's not Willie True. It's the defensive back, Sam Kidd of the DC defenders. More than likely, unless something crazy happens.
That's a wrap. That's going to be a wrap. Yeah, that's got to be a wrap. And that was the thing we were afraid of. Like, Wilkins is not a big-time thrower. And, you can't make those mistakes this late in the game. Not when you still have a chance to win. It's just bad timing. Bad timing by Wilkins.
Throws it into double coverage, too.
Yeah,
he was double covered.
Looking at the play, he would double cover, and a great job by 26 because he kind of stepped in just a little bit, but it was not a great throw. Just watching it looked like he underthrew it, thinking that he could get around him, and Kidd jumped in front and took it away. So just not a good throw. Just not a good throw by Wilkins.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate because they were making some headway in the second half, but the damage had pretty much been done in the first half as far as with the turnovers, and they just handed it off to Honest Abe again. Number 4, it's 2nd down, 2nd and 3 as a result of the 7-yard carry.
Now, what might have helped on that interception, number 99 for DC brought a lot of great pressure in the face of Wilkins. And at that last second, when he was trying to, throw, I think it was just enough to distract the throw. So, great job there by number 99. Great job.
First down carry now by good old Honest Abe again. And just like you were saying, good job by him. Now have first down, and that is definitely right there, in my opinion, gonna ice this thing up. As we have a timeout by the Battlehawks. They do have 3, now down to 2. They have options there, but if you don't want to get fired, you gotta use those timeouts right now. Like, that's literally how it's got to be right now. Man,
that bruise on Wilkins' side of his face. Oh man, that looks like it hurts. And I hate to say it, my man, he's light skinned, so it's gonna shine just a little bit light, just a little bit more, being light complected. And it's a nice size bruise on the right side of his face, man. That's tough.
It's like the same spot of Tyson's face tattoo.
Yeah, I was about to say it looks like he might have got hit by Tyson.
A headbutt by Tyson.
I know it hurt too, because that's when on the play where the helmet popped off. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's rough.
Hand off to Honest Abe again. We're down to 52 seconds now with another timeout by the Battlehawks. One remaining for them in this game, as with it being second down, it doesn't look like they're going to have a good opportunity on 2nd and 8 to really stop this team from icing the game. Because even if you do stop them here, and it's like, 3rd and 3 on a 5-yard run, still like it can still run enough time off to where even if they do kick the field goal, they're in field goal range now. It's over.
Yeah, they can ice it. Killer for the Battlehawks. I mean, you come into this game with no turnovers on the season, and then you have 4 turnovers in just this one game. So that's if you're a DC defender, that's something to you can pat yourself on the back for. But to have 4 turnovers in just one game, that's a really tough pill to swallow. Really tough pill to swallow.
Both teams with a ridiculous amount of turnovers in this game. I mean, it's been 4 by the St. Louis, 4 by St. Louis, 2 by DC, 6 altogether.
Man, 6 turnovers. Whew.
3rd and 11 right now with 48 seconds on the clock. St. Louis did take their final time out. Final time out there. Yep, and it's 3rd and 11. And you got to stop them here and, be saying your prayers. Because that's the only thing you can really say you do at this point, because taking your vitamins, it's too late. You should have taken them earlier.
Yeah, it's not looking really good right now. But I look, Coach Beck he's a really good coach, and St. Louis will bounce back from this. I don't know if they play. They usually play each other twice a year. I haven't had a chance to look at the schedule. If they play again when they play in DC, I'm pretty sure they'll be ready that next time around.
Oh, absolutely. And the handoff by Deion Jackson will not go for first down. It'd be 4th and 6. 7-minute difference between the play clock. 7-second difference between the play clock and the game clock. So DC's going to run it down and take a timeout with 8 seconds left. It'd be 4th and 6 with 8 seconds left. So the final timeout is used by DC. No timeouts now by either team. 4th and 6. Kick the field goal. Or I think they got hit enough to where you're out of field goal range now. And you miss it, you run the risk of having the other team up by midfield with Jaden Daniels opportunity of the Hail Mary. I know about that one right there.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. You got to punt this ball away. And even if you punt the ball away, if you punted the ball away right, there may be maybe 1 or 2 seconds left on the clock. Heck, you can probably take the punt, run off to the side a little bit, and then try to punt it away. So you got a couple of options on here. If you're a DC, to maybe just try to run away as much as you can, then punt the ball off, and then, I'm intrigued to see how they go about this.
But they're not going to do it. They're going to go for the field goal. Matt McCrane comes up for a 50-yard field goal attempt. He made a 30 and a 42 earlier, but missed a 27.
Now he's a solid field goal kicker, even with the miss. He's been on this team pretty much the whole time since their return. So I seen him, I think, year before last, he had a 48-yarder, so he can do it.
And he did it because the field goal is up. It is good. Takes us down to 3 seconds left on the clock. It is now officially a 12-point game, and this thing is going to be a wrap. They're going to kick it off, and the other team's going to have a chance to return it and do something with the return, but even then, you're still not going to get enough points. Man,
it's a nice win for DC. But it's the shades of that first year they were in the league, get off to a 3-0 start. It's a really, really good start for them. Really good start.
Really is. And, you think about, the loss of Reggie Barlow moving up to something else, that could have definitely impacted this team, and deservingly so, based on the culture that he had built over there. But you got your interim coach in here who worked under Barlow, and they're making it happen. The whole staff is still there, still getting it done, and it looks like they're still going about it the Reggie Barlow way.
Yeah, it's an easy transition, when you got that confidence level, kind of just be able to move over. The players know him. I think they could have even brought Greg Williams and brought him in as the head coach or keep him as the head coach, and I think it still would have worked one way or the other. But they made the right move, and now the DC Defenders are 3-0, or going to be 3-0.
And as a result of the kickoff we now have a final score. As nothing was done and nothing could have been done to do anything differently, as the game is now officially over. And with that, I can click. The final is in this game. 27-15 is our final score. We're going to take this into the post game now so we can discuss our thoughts throughout the entirety of this game and UFL weekend.
As long as it's one. Oh, that's great. I love it.
27-15 is our final score here, and we are here for the TFT Extra Stream of the Week's post-game show. When it comes to, the players throughout the entirety of this game, this weekend for the UFL, even in sports in general, we got to talk about who's been great this week and who has absolutely sucked. And with that being said, let's go ahead and take this into the Grand Champ of the Week, discuss our thoughts on who was pretty good. Where my dogs at? Got one right here with me. That's Darrell. We're talking sports. When it comes to who you think was, the best in the past week or today, because it is the Grand Champ of the Week, so we could do the whole week if you want. Who is your pick?
Well,
I'm Grand Champ of the Week.
I'm going to give it to Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic.
Nice.
Hey, look, 45-point win in his return to Dallas. It's really sad to see what has happened to the Dallas Mavericks. There's a lot of fans that are upset that this trade even happened. Should have never happened. The Lakers should not have Luka on their team. He didn't want to go. He wanted to be there. He's such a great player. It was an emotional night. They cried after the highlight package that was shown. And then after that, he proceeded to destroy the Dallas Mavericks, dropping 45 points. And the Lakers right now sitting in the mix for that 2 seed in the West. So I'm going to give it to Luka Doncic and what the Lakers have been able to do as a whole. They're in the mix for that 2 seed, and they have a chance to make some noise in the West. So Luka Doncic, not Yo Kang, is my friend.
You said not Yo Kang.
Not Yo Kang. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Not Yo Kang.
Man, I'll tell you what, it's been absolutely wild, seeing what we've seen in sports, especially, that trade with Luka. There's nobody else out there that can say that in our generation we've seen a trade that's kind of like a lot of these trades we expect to see.
Right.
They're going to go somewhere. And a lot of them we kind of can anticipate where they're going, because of rumblings in the dark or whatnot. But at the same time, with this, we had no idea with Luka that he was going to go, where he did and when. And there's nothing discussed about it because, he's your franchise. It just went to the NBA Finals a couple years ago. Had just won, where they didn't win, but you know what I'm saying. They had just gone. Luka, I'm confused. It doesn't make any sense. But when you're looking around the UFL, and because I am hosting this unit, I feel obligated, even though I want to do what Darrell just did and talk like another sport, and do because I gave him that option because he came on here last second and we didn't really get the opportunity to really to plan. So I was like, I'll give him the forefront to do that.
I appreciate it.
For myself, I kind of feel like I'm obligated to go with the grain, and I'm sorry, guys. Looking around the league of the UFL, it's tough. Like, there's not really anybody, in my opinion, that, like, just is off the charts as the grand champ of the week. But because of what just happened in this game, and even though he threw a bunch of interceptions, he's the only quarterback in the league to throw 3 touchdowns this week, and his team did win, and he led the team to a double-digit win and did get his QBR over 72 to make up for that last interception. I'm going to give it to Jordan Thomas. And I'm not doing this as a homer pick. I'm doing this because he threw without checking it on the fly real quick. I'm pretty sure he has the most passing yards out of all quarterbacks this week. He broke 240 passing yards with 243. The incompletions out of attempts does concern me, and most of the time he would be excluded off of my list for this. You know what? I take this back. Everything I just said, screw it. He is not my grand champ for the week. I'm sorry when it comes to this, if I just did this to you. But you gotta let me click this button.
Delete! 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 Delete!
Because I'm going to pick somebody else from this team. It's a big reason why they scored on that 62-yard play. And somebody who had 85 total receiving yards for the game as a result of that 62-yard pass and reception for a touchdown. I'm going with Ty Scott. That's my pick for the grand champ of the week. Why? Because he didn't throw any interceptions. Well, he's not a quarterback. He can't throw any interceptions. He didn't fumble the football.
Hey, he took care of the ball.
You know what? I might even take even more of a shade of a throw on this. He had 6 targets. He only caught 3 of them. But he missed the 3 because Jordan Ta'amu overthrew him. And one of those 3 was an interception that he threw of his 2. So I take it back. I cannot give the grand champ of the week to somebody who has 2 interceptions in a game. All right. And whether he made right at the end with that touchdown, I don't care. I'm giving it to Ty Scott because he deserves it for having 85 yards in a game, which is tough to do in the UFL because just like we said with how they start and stop the clock, there's literally a gopher in a booth clicking a button.
Hey, stop the clock. Like, what? Just stop the clock. Do it now.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. When you read the rules, it's literally at the discretion of that. Like, that. It's.
I never heard that. That's crazy. It's at the discretion. You want to stop the clock? Yeah, go ahead, stop it. What? Like, what?
Shout out to Sick Diggy for helping me get the knowledge of that because I was unaware of that until recently. I just got to be straight up with that. But when it comes to this league and how that's decided, that was a little off. But when it comes to things being off, let's go ahead and take a look at the grand champ of the week now. Going from that to the snowflake of the week.
All right, let's go. We got tricks, right? At 42, 989. On 2, on 2, on 2. Ready? Ready.
And because they got me all messed up and I clicked it, you know the you got me messed up transition. I clicked the wrong one.
Total Football Talk Extra.
Oh, yeah. It might be warming up outside, but we can still get a little chilly up in here with the snowflake
Just a little bit.
of the week. And when it comes to the snowflake of the week, Darrell, who's your selection within your picks for snowflake?
Well, I think this time around I'll stay in the UFL, and especially since we're watching this game. But I mean, despite the bruise on his face, it would make you think he's a little bit tougher. I'm going with Manny Wilkins. This is a tough day. I mean, one touch, 3 picks, the QBR 41.1. 147 yards, 16 for 29. Look, man, you're gonna have to step it up, man, if you want to keep the starting job in St. Louis. That fan base they deserve more. They're gonna want more. So right now, my guy, and the snowflake matches perfect with your uniform. You are my snowflake of the week. Get it together, Mr. Wilkins. Get it together.
That was a great selection. And, I want to give it to a player individually for this on the fly pick, but I think I'm going to have to go with an entirety of a team because, and I want to give it to the Showboats because of how bad they've been, in years past. Like, this is not anything new, seeing what the Showboats are doing. But if I were to pick a on the weekend snowflake of the week, just on the weekend, I'm going to have to say that I'm going to have to go with the Brahmas because you're a team that went from the UFL championship game last year representing the XFL in that XFL conference. Granted, you only have 4 teams to make the playoffs because of how small the league is. And you have 2 weeks literally of the playoffs. But you made it to the UFL championship as a representative of the XFL, and this year you are now 0-3. And you had the opportunity to tie the game at the end and send us into overtime this weekend, but you missed the field goal and you lost 26-23. And that's how the week ends for you. So for that, I'm going to go with the Brahmas because even though the Showboats are just as bad on paper and statistically, like offensively with their quarterbacks, they've got E.J. Perry and good old Mr. Williams over there as their quarterbacks, Troy Williams. And between the two, against the Roughnecks, you had E.J. Perry completing 13 out of 20 passes for 131 yards, completing 65.0%, but he had a touchdown and 2 interceptions with a QBR of 60. And the Showboats' other quarterback, Troy Williams, 4 of 8 for 63 yards and no touchdowns, no picks, having a QBR of 76. But when I look over at the Brahmas, and another reason why I have to give it to them is you have Kellen Mond over there for the first 3 weeks who has been unimpressive at the quarterback position. And, he can scramble around a little bit. And on 6 carries in today's game, he got 39 yards. Congratulations. I like it. But, at the same time, it's not enough production to win the game because you were 19-31 in passing completions out of attempts, 61.3 passing completions. You had a touchdown, but you only averaged 4.9 yards per pass, which tells me you were doing a lot of dinking and dunking, and that's not a recipe for success in the NFL when it comes to throwing it for 4 yards here, throwing it to 3 yards there, throwing it for 5 yards there, 6 yards there. Doesn't work as a whole for me. So when you look at Kellen Mond, he did a good job by not having more turnovers than touchdowns this week. But the last 2 weeks he hadn't, and I really haven't throwing enough shade at Kellen Mond, even though he was one of my snowflakes of the week the past 2 weeks. He still hasn't done – I still haven't thrown enough shade at him because his team lost. You need to motivate the kicker. You need to talk to him on the sideline and say, hey, man, I'm going to get fired if you don't make this kick.
So, hey, man, I need you, all right? I need you.
It's literally what could have just happened. You could have cost Kellen Mond the starting quarterback job because you the kicker, didn't make it. If you need some goggles like Rodrigo Blankenship, the kicker for the Battlehawks.
Oh, shoot. I forgot about old Rodrigo, man.
Get that kick in there.
Former Colt great. I love former Colt great.
Think about him, Kareem, and Eric Dickerson, those who have worn the goggles. He's our only modern-day goggles wearer because everybody else just was like, I don't want to look like a snowflake. I want to wear contacts. Well, maybe the new message is that you wear the goggles, you're not a snowflake because you actually don't care what other people think and you're going to wear glasses. Cha-ching! Don't wear the contacts.
Hey, the goggles make you look cool.
I was telling the story earlier. I wore goggles when I played soccer.
Yeah, goggles, and it's different nowadays. Like the rocking the goggles is a good deal.
I just hope they fix the problem where they fogged up because I hated that back in the day. Like I even had the anti-fog lenses. Like you paid a little extra for that back in the early 2000s. I used to hear about it all the time about how much of an expensive kid I was when it came to sports because of the goggles. Okay,
hey man,
I've been wearing these since I was 10. All right, but. Yeah, I hope they fix that problem. But if I were to have an interview with Rodrigo Blankenship right now, that's the first question. But those are our picks between the Grand Champ and the Snowflake of the week. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the comments that we had. We really didn't get a chance to acknowledge the comments that we had coming in after you joined us, Darrell. And good afternoon and evening, Dio, says Sick Diggy, our man here in the chat.
Hey,
all the way
brother?
from Norway, which makes us an international program. Sick Dicky also says, well, to quote Homer Simpson, I just want to say, don't! Hopefully I did that well enough for you, Sick.
That's a classic.
Thank you. Be right back, he said. As well as, now that's ludicrous to y'all make that comparison. And what comparison were we talking about?
I'm intrigued by that.
So 19 minutes ago, Sick, what did you mean when you said, now that's ludicrous of y'all to make that comparison, because I'm kind of sharp upstairs, and luckily after what my body's been through, but I can't remember exactly 20
so
minutes.
I don't. It's like, I don't remember that. I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Gee. My man. But I'm still giving you a hard time. But this game came down to who wanted it more. It really did. Yeah. I mean, you're not lying. And Sick says, Sick wants to join. All right. Might have to get in for a minute. He says, my grand champ of the week goes to the Birmingham Stallions in their last-minute win over the Arlington Renegades. It's no guts, no glory in their final drive to clinch it. Okay. It says they dug deep and made it count when needed. And the UFL's official rulebook is available for download on the league's official website. So you can download it and you can read the official rulebook.
Yeah, it's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's
a lot going on.
I mean, now if it was like the popularity of the NFL, I would probably read it back to back, front to back, just so I would know.
Yeah, get a feel for it.
But my selection for Snowflake of the Week is the Arlington Renegades defense. They got tired mentally and lapsed in concentration in the final play, kind of similar to Anthony Richardson for the Colts. Coach, I'm tired. Let me sit down.
Sleepy. Like, what you mean? I'm done for. Like, okay.
I'm tired. But what's his face shiner compared to Mike Tyson's dad?
Yes. I mean, that's what it was. I mean, it's close. That's what it.
You must have stepped out. That must have been the time that he stepped out. You didn't hear us talking about that. Oh no, that's what you were talking about. Oh, the comparison. So that was ludicrous of us to make the comparison for the Mike Tyson.
tattoo. But you didn't really. You just said you said that it's like in the same place that it was. So it wasn't really like you saying, oh, it looked like Mike Tyson. It was like, oh, it's in the same place. Then we was like, oh yeah, it looked like he got hit by Tyson. So yeah, we wasn't saying that it looked like the tattoo. We just saying it was in the place, and then it looked like he got hit by Mike. Just those things.
I think I might have actually said it though. So I mean, he's throwing shade at myself for saying it, but yes, Dick, you are right, because when it comes to that, I guess it was wrong of me to say that.
Shame on you. Shame on you, Drew. Shame on you.
shame on me there, Sick. But yes, 26-23 for the Brahmas and Panthers. When you look at them, when you look at the Renegades and Stallions, 10-9, the Roughnecks and Showboats that are 18-17. And this one was the most lopsided game of the weekend that we had. It was 27-15 out here on this field. So looking at it for what it is, this was a great game to look at overall, as far as to be able to talk about the back and forth as the fumbleitis that we had and the turnovers, but also to be able to talk about somebody that's local to us for Willie Drew, relative to us. Yeah. Oh, Willie Drew Bucks.
Willie Drew Bucks, baby.
Coming on in and saving the day for the defenders, because without his interception, it doesn't happen. So
right.
But for this game to at least lock it up like there at the end, because you don't intercept it, the Battlehawks score because they were in scoring range.
Yeah, they were driving.
All of a sudden, we could have a different game as a result. But when it comes to this, Darrell, what do you for the rest of the UFL season? Before we get on out of here, what are your thoughts for the remainder of the year for this Defenders team? Are you going to be going and covering some of these games for them, or are you going to be kind of watching from afar for this year?
I'm that this year might be a little bit of a far. I may have somebody go up there, but personally, I don't know. I done turned 40 and I'm body like take some breaks, man. Look, in my mind, I'm mentally getting ready for NFL season. Like I'm trying to get myself trained up for that, and I just want to get ready for Commanders football, and it's a big year for Washington, man. So it's just like I want to, this is the second year to see if they can take that leap. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, we know the NFC Championship game, but tougher schedule this year. So I'm excited, man. I mean, potentially international. I never flown out the country. So I don't know if I'm going to Spain or Brazil or wherever. I'm not trying to go to Brazil if I had to be real honest with you. But Spain, I might be cool with Spain. I got to go get my passport in a week or two. There's a lot going on, man. I'm just, ready for Commanders football, man. I'm excited. And they play in Green Bay this year, so yeah, I'm a little bit pumped.
You get to go and cover them in Green Bay. That's awesome.
That's the one, man. That's the one. That's the one.
Speaking of somebody who wants to come on in for a couple minutes at least before we head on out, there's somebody who wants to chop it up with you as a result of today's game, and he is our resident all the way from Norway. It is our guy, Sick Diggy.
What's good, everybody? Oh, by the way, first of all, I gotta say that was great coverage, Drew. You got it great. You was amazing, man. You was amazing. I swear to God, you were just amazing, man. You know what I'm saying? But I would say it was kind of ludicrous. I was just being funny. I wasn't trying to be throwing shades. I was just trying to be funny, Even though ludicrous is, Mr. Tyson's favorite word to use when something sounds ridiculous. It's just love. It's all love. I'm sorry. I'm just teasing. Come on.
That's great.
It's all love. It's all love. You know that.
That mark on his face looked like Mike Tyson, and you know it.
Hey, let me tell a little story of me. Little background story.
Go for it.
When I was 11, I played one season of Little League, right? And I remember in practice, this was like one of the coaches, got frustrated because I was catching the ball one-handed instead of using two hands, like he said.
Mm-hmm.
And then in frustration, he threw the ball, it bounced, it grazed off the top of my glove, hit me just below my left eye.
Oh.
And I had a huge shiner for about a week or so.
Oh Lord.
Damn.
11 years old, I took one just below the eye, and I had a shiner. I was tough. I mean, you're 11 years old, you get stunned. I mean, I remember I was on my hands and knees, just like what happened? What happened? I'm like, and I just try to get my bearings and everything, and just like, you're 11 years old. You can't help sometimes you get tears in your eyes about it,
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to be tough at that age, man. Sometimes
you got to be tough.
You did it.
I did. I remember they had to sit me down in the dugout. They were like, and it was in practice, not in a game.
Mm-hmm.
So getting a shiner, I've seen my fair share of shiners, guys get black eyes. It's no joke, especially those of us who train in martial arts or combat sports or whatnot.
Yeah,
you know how nasty those shiners are, or how about bruising on the body sometimes? Because, like, who was it? George Kittle said, every day when I play football, it's like repetitive car accidents. So you'd be surprised how much bruising is underneath the shoulder pads after a game.
I couldn't even imagine. I haven't played ball in years, man. Yeah. My poor knees.
I wrecked my knees in soccer, so I know. I wrecked my wrists also in soccer because I used to play goalie.
And I wrecked mine trying to play baseball in my 30s. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I wrecked it before then in backyard wrestling, but then I reevaluated
things. You're like, you know what? I don't know if this is for me.
No, yeah, exactly. It was rough out here in the streets, man.
Yeah, but like I said, this whole week This week is just like, it was just one thing I can say about this entire league thus far, with the exception of that blowout game in week 1. You can't say you can't say none of the games have been predictable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They've been very close in this, the scores have been very close, even when, one team won, sometimes the other team will come back, but come up short in the end, but they give it all and they give it all they got. And you got to admit that every team, well, except in this week, the Arlington Renegades, because what happened in the final minute. But every team is coming into this game, coming into their games, believing no guts, no glory, because remember, it's all or nothing.
Yes.
They only got 8 games. Each team's like, how many games does each team have again?
I think it's 10. I think it's 10 total.
10. There's Well,
in the regular season, it's like what, 8 weeks, but it's like what? It's like each of them get like a 2-week get a bye.
10-game season,
10 game season.
So you have 12 weeks.
All right, it's kind of confused. I'm a little confused about that schedule, but either way, you understand. Can you blame me, Darrell? Sometimes
No.
I mean, yeah, just like I remember just like with this whole issue with the game clock and everything. I was looking at because I downloaded it in PDF form, the official rule book. And I'm like, the clock stops at the discretion of the timekeeper or the officials on the ground on the field. Come on now.
Yeah, that's interesting.
If they're trying to make it exciting by making a few adjustments, I can understand it. But from a
These two
practical
teams will
standpoint?
face off again.
Okay.
It'll be in the final game of the season. There are 10 games.
Oh yeah, in DC.
Okay.
12 week season, 2 buys.
Mhm.
Each team gets 2 buys just because of the way it's set up. But yeah, you get 10 games in the season.
Okay, so the way I look at it is that they have to look at every game as every game counts. Even if you're right now, how many teams are 3-0? You got the Brahmas as well as the Showboats. Now
the Brahmas 0-3. You mean 0-3?
Yeah, 0-3. Excuse me, 0-3.
Yeah,
both them and the Showboats. I mean, first of all, hats off to the Renegades, for what they did against the Showboats in Memphis to finally get a win. Because, like I said, it was all or nothing in that game, just like in this game between the Defenders and the Battlehawks. It was all or nothing. Somebody was going to take home that big, fat, Kentucky Fried Southern style.
Somebody got gas, man. I was like, what's wrong? My stomach, man. Let me go. Let me go.
So bad that they are a walking.
Thankfully, there were no dumpster pelicans.
Acknowledge me.
I acknowledge you for that.
There you go.
Yeah. So, like I said, it was just like, this week has been like no guts, no glory. Or should I say, to quote Vince McMahon, everybody came into the game showing they had the grapefruits to do what they needed to do to win. But hey,
brother, testify.
And I gotta give it up also to also Grand Champ. I gotta give it up to was also the Brahmas Donald Delahaye, their field goal kicker.
Mm-hmm.
He was good from 55, but that final one from 53, I can understand that. It's big pressure. It's a clutch situation, but he proves he can be clutch. Just today was not his day.
That's Destroy, right? Is it Destroying? Is that how you say his name? That's his nickname? Or that's not the same guy?
No, I'm talking about the field goal kicker for the Brahmas.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Donald Delahaye is his name.
I can't think of that guy's name for nothing. He's a famous streamer that's a kicker for one of the teams in the league, and I can't remember what team it is.
Oh,
but they call him Destroying, I think is his YouTube name. But I thought he's on one of the yellow teams, the teams that wear yellow.
Face. I don't know. I'm with you. I can see his face. I don't know.
I can't think of
his
what
name
team
or his
he's on
team right now.
I can't think of what team he's on for nothing.
Now it's gonna bother me, man.
Yeah, it's gonna bother you because
fortunately, we can all check the rosters on the website.
There you go. Check or check the Google. One of the two. Somebody's gonna help us here.
Hey, then when we'll be able to click this button.
You guys want to hear a fucking story?
Exactly. And that story is that that guy was.
Oh, no. You're fucking scared. Yeah, you're fucking scared, man.
Yeah, that's why things ended up the way they did, and for that I cannot do that.
Delete.
At the end of it,
yeah,
whichever way you want to say it, still needs to do this.
Stop it. Get some help.
Facts.
Yeah.
Just as much as as much as teams I have to remember, always, especially the defenses in particular, always make sure you guys have 11 on the field.
Yes.
No extra man.
Because Friday night on that play-by-play and today, Friday night we had 2 different cases in the same game. You remember that? We had two different cases of 12 men on the field. And it was one per each team had that. I believe if I'm not mistaken, each team had 12 people on the field at least once. And tonight we saw it once too.
I think it's just like, I would say to anybody who's playing in the UFL, be thankful you're there. Now, if you could use this as a launch pad to get to the NFL or to get onto bigger, better things, hey, more power to you. But in the meantime, make the most of your time.
Absolutely.
All right. I just think some guys who are so focused on using this to get to the NFL are getting in their own way.
Right.
And I couldn't have said it any better.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Facts.
I may not be the most well versed in American football, but I understand. But there's certain concepts that cross over from other sports, like this. Like especially about the mental focus and whatnot. Just like what I said about the other night about the Arlington Renegades in that final play against the Stallions. That lapse of concentration, that mental fortitude is needed. You got to play the whole 60 minutes. It's not going to cut it, especially in this league. It's not going to cut it for you to be playing 3 quarters, 14 minutes, and 50 seconds.
Yeah, that's Tim Tebow football. That's like Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we can't have
Stay
that.
sharp, you get sloppy.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And before we get on out of here, Sick, and first of all, I want to thank you for coming in right there at the end. After being here in the comments with us and tuning in during the play-by-play.
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank you for jumping in with us for a little bit. Also, thank you to Darrell for coming in, the fourth quarter. But before we get on out of here, I want to get y'all's thoughts on one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
This upcoming week, we've got a pretty big week. All right, the NBA playoffs are starting. It's Easter. Those of you out there who celebrate, with the religions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We got biggest spectacle event for WrestleMania. Yeah, for professional wrestling, WrestleMania. What is going to be your biggest shocker of the week?
Ooh.
Your prediction. And I've got a feeling because of all three of us being fans of that sport, and in sports entertainment, it's going to have to be professional wrestling because I'm sorry, but the first round of the playoffs doesn't have expletive on WrestleMania. Okay.
Nah.
All right. And it's getting close to now at this point. The NBA doesn't even have expletive on professional wrestling or WWE as a whole.
NBA trash.
Because of when you look at the comparison of who's watching what. So my question to you is, what do you use your biggest prediction for this week? What happens along those lines? Start with you, Darrell.
I think the biggest it's tough because like wrestling's going to be really good this weekend. But I will say I think the biggest thing will probably be I think everybody think Jey Uso is going to win the title, but I think Gunther will hold reign on the title. I think that will be the biggest shock of the weekend. I want to see. It would be fun to see Jey Uso win it. It'd be cool. But then I'm also thinking about how Triple H runs things. We thought 2 years ago that it was going to be Cody Rhodes. He's got it. He's going to win it. And then long-term storytelling. They made him wait. They made us wait a whole another year before we saw him beat Cody. And I don't know if it's going to be that long, but there's a part of me that, right now, if you watch Gunther, his best work as champion is happening from probably about January up until now. Before then, it was a little weak. I think they may not take the title. That might be the shocker of the weekend. They may not take the title off of him. They may not.
I like that. I like that prediction.
Yeah.
I like that. The only thing is like they kind of waited a little bit before they even really put Jey Uso in the main event spot, like as far as him competing for this type of championship. So it could go either way. I mean, it really could because of how long they made him wait because they had to push other people. So
true.
I do like where you're going with that. And we haven't announced the time yet because we're still working it out because he's out of town. But we're actually doing Corey normally pre-produces his episodes and puts them up there. We're actually going to be streaming live. I'm going to be doing it with him this Saturday.
Oh, sweet.
Doing an episode because I haven't talked wrestling in a while as far as the platform. So
the grind, baby, the grind.
Yes,
come on, man.
Absolutely crush, just like you guys over there with the Knights, the Knights podcast. So exclusive Knights, man. You guys been absolutely crushing it over there too. And you just gave us part of your insight with what you said there. That was a good one too. So I'm not gonna be surprised now.
They
You said that, but I'm kind of surprised with that at first. But I like that. Sick with Darrell's take with that. Does yours have something to do with the Cody and John Cena match, or is there something else that you got in your thoughts for a prediction for this weekend for WrestleMania?
WrestleMania, I would say, first of all, since the Attitude Era, I've always remembered the old saying, expect the unexpected. So anything could happen, anything goes.
Right.
So as far as Cena and Cody, I would not be surprised if Cena ultimately comes out on top. But don't be surprised if Cody gets the upper hand one way or another. Because trust and believe, there will be some types of shenanigans involved in that match. Same thing goes for Gunther and Jey Uso. Anything could happen in that match. Expect, you could see some kind of backlash, or there could be a miscue. Something could go awry. But if Gunther retains, or should I say, Der Ring General retains the title, my question is, what happens the night after and the following pay-per-view the following month? Because think about it. Sometimes, because, WrestleMania is the pinnacle. But the following night on Raw always starts the new chapter in an eventual storyline, or the beginning of a new storyline. As far as the other matches, I'm looking forward to seeing the Motor City Machine Guns and the Street Profits get it on the tag titles. It's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, but I'm hearing that might be on Friday. They may not do that at Mania. That's the word, at least the current word. I don't think they may not do that match at Mania. They may do it. They may do it on Friday night, which I'm not a fan of.
I'm not a fan of that either.
I'm not a fan because that should be that. They got. I think they got not Street Profits, but
Motor City
New Day, and War Raiders. That one's locked in, and I'm like, really? I was like, because the Raw tag team division ain't nowhere near as good as SmackDown tag team division right now. But that's just whatever.
Hey,
whatever.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised in that match between the War Raiders and the New Day. Big E comes back.
Yeah,
and does a heel turn.
That would be interesting, but I'll take that though. That'd be fun.
That would be pretty interesting considering what happened with him and the New Day not too long ago. But
yeah,
hey, and you're talking about putting a match like that on SmackDown, on a TV show. How are you going to do that over AJ Styles and Logan Paul? Like, who cares about that in comparison to a championship match?
That might not be even the worst match, Drew, that they have on the card. I think the Rey Mysterio match with Chad Gable
championship 4-way.
Yeah, I was like, why they haven't? That's a Raw matchup. I was like, why Rey Mysterio and Grand? What I don't know what's Chad Gable's luchador name? Grand
Lucha Americano.
Yeah, Lucha Americano. Why is that a WrestleMania?
Lucha Americano.
I don't want to see that at WrestleMania. That should have been on
Luchador
SmackDown.
Americano. What the hell? A Luchador Americano means American wrestler, by the way. That's what it means.
That's great.
I've always felt like the championship matches definitely deserve a home on WrestleMania. Now that you got 2 days, all right? There's no excuse to not have your championship title matches on WrestleMania with 2-day events.
And they got like 4 people not wrestling. Like 4 champions are not on the card. Like, I mean, it's crazy.
And you got so many titles now with the women's and the men's Intercontinental and U.S. championships now. So I guess you got to make some sacrifices. But in that case, like, I feel like one of the 2 non-title matches that are at least announced right now have to go. And with what Drew McIntyre's done this year, I don't feel like you take that away from him.
Yeah.
You got to keep him on the card. So that street fight with Damian Priest has to stay. So AJ Styles and Logan Paul, even though Logan Paul has been doing what he's doing and he's not horrible as a person, not a lot of people like him as much as a person.
He's a great heel.
He's a great heel, yeah.
He's a great heel for sure.
But You know, and AJ Styles is great. I guess you don't know how many more WrestleManias you're going to get out of him, but
True.
you know, the one thing I'm going to say I'm disappointed in before I give my prediction is I feel like that the triple threat match with Rollins and CM Punk and Roman Reigns is a little cheapened by the fact that they had to put it in the main event. You don't have to put that in the main event. Like, yes, they're all blockbuster wrestlers, superstars that are in that match. I get that. Generational talents, two of them from the same, one from the generation before. Okay.
Right.
I get that. But it doesn't deserve to be the main event of WrestleMania without a championship. If one of them had the title, this was like before Cody's, story, before the story, and CM Punk came back during the time that he was actually in AEW, and you had this match, then I would say then you have the title involved, and it deserves to be WrestleMania. But this, for Punk's first WrestleMania, it cheapens it. I'm sorry. I don't like it. That's just me personally.
I agree with you. They have to have some type of title on the line, or at least give me a stipulation saying that the winner gets the first shot at the title. I can almost deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Over just nothing. It's like a Paul Heyman on a pole match. Like that's what it feels like. Paul Heyman on a pole match.
I want to see Penta win the match with Paul with the Intercontinental Championship, the Fatal 4-Way. That's what I want to see, because I like how he's came in here, been explosive.
Yeah.
Since how it didn't really work out in AEW. Okay?
I think Dom's winning that match.
That's what my prediction was.
Dom is going to win
the match.
Dom's got backup, so they could. Remember, Dom has backup in the form of McDonough, Carlito. And
Balor. Okay. I thought you were going to say with Finn Balor, but
I think they turn on Finn. That's coming. That's coming like probably Raw after Mania. Yeah, it's happening.
That's what my thoughts were, because Fatal 4-Way, there's no, it's no disqualification, right? If I remember right.
Yeah, no
Fatal 4-Way is no disqualification, so you can have interference unless they're barred from ringside during Raw or SmackDown. We get that announcement. I don't think we're going to get that.
Yeah.
So Judgment Day is going to interfere. They're going to interfere to screw Finn over, and that's how Dom wins, because you still have two other heavy hitters in there with Penta, who could do damage to Braun Breaker and so forth. So they can cancel each other out to where you have Finn and Dom. So that was my prediction, that you got Dom winning the match. He becomes Intercontinental Champion.
Imagine the heat if he wins if he brings home the belt.
It's gonna be great.
Imagine the heat, because you think it's bad enough he gets booed. He gets booed out when he tries to talk. If he wins the title next night on Raw, when he's about to pick up the mic, he's gonna get all kinds of heat.
It's gonna be smart. It's a smart move to have him win it. It's gonna be like a little shock factor, so I think it's a good move. I like it.
But keep in mind this: Ray Phoenix is now in WWE.
True.
Yes, after this week, we're Friday night.
Yeah. That match against Humberto Garza was cool, but Penta's his older brother, so don't be surprised if he decides to make his presence felt just in case.
Yeah.
If the Judgment Day gets involved, he might get involved. Some other people might get involved. Let's not forget, there's some people who gunning for that Intercontinental title as well. On the other side, on the SmackDown side, however, LA Knight, Jacob Fatu.
Yeah, I think LA wins only because I think Solo is going to cost him. I think he's going to cost Fatu, and I kind of hate that, but I think that's what ends up happening.
That way, the entirety of the bloodline pretty much is dissolved.
The new bloodline dissolves.
Yeah.
So I like that. It's a good call. But one last thing I'll say to defend what I was saying earlier with the AJ Styles and Logan Paul. That's why I would nix that. I wouldn't nix the Rey Mysterio and El Grande Americano match, because, one, with the type of deal that they re-signed Chad Gable to last year, it's kind of one of those deals where he's going to be getting pushed heavier. Like, they even made
it's coming. Yeah.
About that. Like, I don't know in what way, because of course there's question marks around a lot of things, but that's like one of the Easter eggs is the type of contract he got. They're going to be showcasing him more. So he's going to be on WrestleMania for one. For two, my bigger reason is Rey Mysterio is the only, in my opinion, that I know of, unless I'm misthinking, this. He's the only person that's been voted into the Hall of Fame that's still an active wrestler. Active on a regular basis wrestling.
Yeah, I
you
would
deserve
say,
to be on WrestleMania if that's what the case is. If you are a Hall of Famer, there's the Hall of Fame is the night before. It's Hall of Fame week, WWE WrestleMania. Yep. And you are still actively wrestling each and every week. It's not like Roman, I show up when I want to in these part-time deals.
True.
He is out there. He might not be wrestling, but he's in the backstage, helping out talent, being part of promos, helping get LWO over. That dude deserves to be on WrestleMania. That's why he deserves it over Logan Paul. And AJ Styles was out for a bit because AJ has a part-time deal because he's in his mid-40s for one, but he also has kids that are older, like, late teens. So he wants to be around them. That doesn't take away for what he's done professionally, but if you're not going to be around but for certain parts of the year, I don't feel like you deserve a spot at WrestleMania. You can still tease us with the Money in the Bank appearance here to make us think you're going to win that match, or a main event match at a pay-per-view, PLE, whatever down the road that's not as big as WrestleMania, okay?
Right.
But I don't think you deserve to be on the card if you guys are that part-time and haven't contributed to the lengths of a Rey Mysterio and Chad Gable, because with his deal, he's been there on a regular basis too.
Yeah, I think he only fights at those times anyway. I never seen him fight on like Raw or SmackDown. I don't think I've ever seen it.
He did say that he was going to be hanging it up eventually, because he said, like, in an interview he did with if I can mention this gentleman's podcast, Chris Van Vliet. Y'all familiar with that? Yeah. He mentioned that he's not going to be wrestling in his 50s. He said eventually I'm gonna hang it up before I turn 50, and he's right. He's got to I'm sure he's going to move on to other things after that. Also, by the way, Drew, first man to be inducted in the Hall of Fame while being an active roster competitor was Ric Flair. And then he got retired the night after at WrestleMania against Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 24.
I can't count that because he retired the next night. Because he was an active wrestler for
You're
a
talking
day.
about like continue.
Right. Okay. I see your point. I see it.
Edge came back, but it was after what, like 11 years or something.
Well,
like
he
that?
only retired because of that injury.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Good. Fair point.
Yeah, but then he was inducted, and we didn't see him like on TV like in the capacity it is now for like another 7-8 years.
Yeah, it's like it was longer. It might have been like, I think they said it was 11 years. It was a hot minute before he came back.
So and then it was the next year he was inducted. So it was about a decade before we saw him back in the ring, and that was
fair point
because of the advancements of they didn't know how people were going to react to the types of surgeries that they had like that back then. So yeah, like to make that point, yes, Edge technically qualifies, but even he, I think, is on a more limited schedule than Rey Mysterio, given the fact of what he had to retire initially from. So looking at that for what it is, Rey Mysterio is a beast, and that's why I wanted to end that part on that. But glad we were able to touch base, and you get in here for a little bit sick. Darrell, thanks again for your time coming here for the fourth quarter and spending a little extra time in here with us for the
always fellas
post game. I'm in. Like it means a lot to be doing this stuff with you, and hopefully we can get up sooner. And hopefully, like I'll know a little bit more ahead of time soon, so I can plan this out with you a little bit more. I didn't even know until late last night I was going to be able to do this because
when you hit me up on Friday, I was like, man, I wish I was thinking to myself, like, if I knew a little bit more. I had some things going on, but I was glad I was able to get a quarter in with you, man. And I'm pretty sure I got to get you back on too. I got a segment I want to do here in it may be like a month or so here on one-on-one. So I definitely got to get you back on, brother. I appreciate you, man.
Sounds good, my man. I
Slick
appreciate it.
Take care, brother.
I'll be there too.
Hey, pleasure to meet you, Darrell. Hey, but I swear to God, I love y'all. Y'all were funny. It was ludicrous how you guys were making me laugh. And props to you, Drew. You really are one of a kind.
Well, thanks again, fellas. We only got one more thing left to do, and that's look at a badass outro. Everyone, as always, stay safe out here in these streets.
Peace.